Good to see everybody here showing up. Sorry about the latent link situation. Just trying to make that situation. Somehow it's not working. I'm used to streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. For some reason, I'm an idiot and can't figure out how to stream just to the link. It just tries to make 2 links, and that's unacceptable. So I'll figure it out on an off day, which, of course, I have so many of those.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Aren't I a good guy? There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
It's weird. This one sample right now is playing really quiet. I don't know what I've done to it, but I've done something. Made the music quiet. No, it's not actually Jordan that's loud. It's the music that's quiet. So it doesn't sound right. I feel like everything else was working fine. Yeah, I moved my keyboard and smacked the soundboard, if you will, and did something. Who knows what. Either way, no big deal. Let's move forward. Well, looks like everybody's showing up for the Doom tonight, huh? I suppose that gives me a responsibility to bring it. Well, worry not. There's plenty for us to look at. Let's get right to it. Alright, chat. Well, I hope everybody's having a fantastic day so far. We are about to start as we usually do. Well, actually, you know what? I haven't been doing enough of, and I got copyright struck for what I tried to do yesterday. So, you know what? We're gonna do something we did, I think maybe it was a few weeks ago. Let's listen to this, this poem just to get ourselves into a mood. Mood vibes. Let's do it. Hold on, I should probably refresh both of these pages before I get too far ahead of myself here. It'd be nice to have a typewriter. You feel like that would be helpful to you, like in your daily life?
Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. The wise men at their end know dark is right. Because their words had forked no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight, and learned too late they grieved it on its way. Do not go gentle into that good night. Grave men near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. And you, my father, there on the sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
Okay. Well, that's good enough for me, folks. Let's get right into it. First video is actually from 2 weeks ago, just to get us little toes in the water, if you will. This is a Good Morning America piece. Yeah, the way that they try to portray this is a little too rosy for me personally. But the title of this video is Wendy's Unveils Dynamic Pricing Model Plan. It's very exciting. Starting in the US. Let's see. What's Wendy's gonna do to us?
Out of the change coming to one of the biggest fast food chains in the country, Wendy's said to test surge pricing, so the cost of your burger would change depending on the time of day. Rebecca Jarvis is here with the details. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning to you, George. Yeah, it is Uber surge pricing at the drive-thru window, and we've heard recently from McDonald's CEO that the cost of eating out, which is up more than 5% from a year ago, has become too high. Now Wendy's is trying something completely new.
2 Dave singles.
How much would it cost?
You could ask, but starting soon, depending on the time of day, you might get a different answer. Wendy's, the country's second largest burger chain with 6,000 locations, announcing that starting next year, menu prices will fluctuate during the busiest times of day, meaning you could be paying as much as $1 more for that Baconator during the lunch rush.
Historically, companies just set one price that was constant across.
Yeah, because it makes sense and people don't have to guess how much they're going to pay for food from one second to the next.
Time, pricing algorithms allow companies to.
Ooh, yay,
change.
pricing algorithms. That's going to solve problems. Great, great, great. Creating problems with solutions. Thank you, Wendy's. Oh, boy. All right. I'm going to actually try and hold my breath until we finish this whole thing, and then I'll get to my commentary.
Prices throughout the day.
Wendy's CEO announcing his company will spend $20 million on high-tech digital menu boards that can update prices in real time, meaning surge pricing, which used to be reserved for rideshare companies, airlines, and hotels, could be coming to a drive-thru near you.
During the busy times, they can obviously increase profits then. And also some consumers will want to shift to the less busy times. Prices are lower.
Before it's even taken effect, the new surge pricing is getting a frosty reception online.
Yeah, no
with
kidding.
One user on X writing, surge pricing is just price gouging by any other name.
Yep.
Wendy's telling ABC News in a statement that the decision can allow them to be competitive and flexible with pricing, motivate customers.
Competitive with who? Exactly. Wendy's is a fucking massive company with stores on practically every corner in America, and they're concerned about being competitive? No. What they're concerned about is jacking up prices to increase profits. That's all that they're thinking about in this situation. And we've gotten far enough. I'm done watching this dumb video. But thing is, I'm good to see all the people showing up in chat right now. Let me finish my talking first. But this whole situation is absolutely ridiculous. It should probably be illegal to be doing this kind of stuff, right? And the fact is, it's being used just for profits, right? There's no reason for customers. It's not helpful for customers in any way, right? It's clearly a what do you call it? They're opposed. They're opposed, right? This idea and customers is bad for consumers, which is why this sort of thing should be illegal. But you know, it's the way it is. Now, granted, I would say people need to stop eating at Wendy's. We need to stop eating so much meat and things like that. And Wendy's is a huge part of that sort of culture. But I guess my point is that there's millions of Americans who do currently eat at Wendy's, regardless of whether or not I think they should be, and it's going to affect them, right? Imagine a mother going up to the drive-thru, getting ready to feed her kids, and finding out, oh, this meal is going to cost $5 extra because, you know, they got 4 kids, $1 more for each one, like they were suggesting. And I would point out that $1 more is just some random figure. I'm pretty sure they just threw out. Like, I'm sure that at different places, at different times, they'll just go wild with it. They'll you know, using algorithms, they'll just try and figure out what it is people will withstand, right? It's what they've done to their workers, like by way of like Uber Eats and DoorDash and all these other sorts of things. And why not do it to the customers now? Oh, thank you for satisfying the like button. All right. What's next? Oh, okay. On to more serious stuff than Wendy's pricing. Not that it's not serious, but this next one is from Global News. Chuck Schumer calls for new elections in Israel, criticizes Netanyahu. He's lost his way. Very interesting to hear this sort of rhetoric now, 5 months in here.
On the Israeli side, the U.S. government
should demand that Israel conduct itself with a future two-state solution in mind. We should not be forced into a position of unequivocally supporting the actions of an Israeli government that include bigots who reject the idea of a Palestinian state. Israel is a democracy. 5 months into this conflict, it is clear.
See, the thing is, I'm not criticizing it based upon people's necessity for Wendy's. That's not my intention. It's about the culture that this sort of thinking, it's not even being created. It already exists, which is why they're trying to do this right now, right? It's just Wendy's doing it first.
That Israelis need to take stock of the situation and ask, must we change course? At this critical juncture, I believe a new election is the only way to allow for a healthy and open decision-making process about the future of Israel. At a time when so many Israelis have lost their confidence in the vision and direction of their government. But in order to achieve a two-state solution, the reality is that things must change. Right now, there are four major obstacles standing in the way of two states. And until they are removed from the equation, there will never be peace in Israel and Gaza and the West Bank. The four major obstacles are Hamas and the Palestinians who support and tolerate their evil ways.
All right, we're going to move on from what he's saying, because I actually want to kind of look at what happens a little bit further down here.
Of Israel.
I think we get what he's trying to say.
Is there any concern in the administration at all that these remarks are going to make it more difficult to deal with Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government?
No, obviously Congress is an independent branch of government. I think the government of Israel understands quite well how the U.S. government works. They interact frequently, not just with members of the executive branch, but with members of Congress, including Senator Schumer, who has traveled to Israel a number of times over the years. And I'm sure that they fully understand that he speaks for himself. He's obviously someone we're in close contact with, but it's not a statement from the executive branch.
It is grotesque and hypocritical for Americans who hyperventilate about foreign interference in our own democracy.
It is grotesque and terrible for people to do this thing. What time is it again? 1850? Wait, oh, no, that's a year. Mitch McConnell. So yeah, Mitch McConnell, he's not a fan of Chuck Schumer. 5 months in, well, he's never been a fan of Chuck Schumer, let's be real. Not too much. Like, they like fighting, if anything. Sort of like a fun rivalry, if you will. But the funny thing about this whole situation that we're about to look at real quick, see if I can do this. Yes, I can. We have the technology. So, what I find highly interesting about this whole situation, and I don't see this stuff being looked at all that hard too much by people, as there's just so much to look at, but we're gonna do it. This right here in front of you is a list. As you know, I love my lists. I love my charts. Well, here's another one for you. This is from opensecrets.org. And if you look around here, up at the top, it says money from pro-Israel lobbies to U.S. senators between 1990 and 2024. Now, you may notice that a Mr. Joe Biden is up here at the top with $5 million. $5.2 million, excuse me, let me be accurate. Then you got Menendez and Hillary Clinton with their $2.5 million apiece. Mark Kirk of Illinois with his $2.25 million. Then Joe Lieberman. However, if you get down here to number 6 and 7 on the list, notice Mitch McConnell. He got about $250,000 more from pro-Israel lobbies than old Chuck here. And I would say it would seem like that maybe that 200,000 bought pro-Israel lobbies a little more time with Mitch. But Chuck, that 1.7, that's after 5 months of this whole genocide, he said that's not enough. We're going to need more money. But Mitch is still on board for that 1.9. So just remember that. Zoom in. Is it too small to see? Are you struggling to see the... Is this better? Is that helping? How's that? Is that improved? Do you find that to be beneficial to your eyes? And this is just the first page, mind you. The first page. There's a lot of pages, as it turns out. These are just your top offenders, if you will. Anyway, let's move on. Hopefully you've managed to peruse that list. Feel free to pause the stream and read it over if you like. It's also available at opensecrets.org, not just here on the stream. But, alright, let me rearrange my shit. Okay. You know, just because he's such a professional rambler, I feel like we'll just listen to the rest of this idiotic speech from Mitch McConnell. Be slightly amusing.
To call for the removal of a democratically elected leader of Israel. This is...
He's not calling for the removal. He just said they should have an election. So, you know, like a normal democratic process. We're not going in there with troops, Mitch. Don't get excited. I know you get excited when you hear troops. It's not happening, hopefully.
Unprecedented. We should not treat fellow democracies this way at all. Israel is not a colony of America whose leaders serve at the pleasure.
Fooled me. You fooled me, because it seems like we fund them like a colony.
Of the party in power in Washington. Only Israel's citizens should have a say in who runs their government. This is the very definition of democracy and sovereignty. Either we respect their decisions or we disrespect their democracy.
I'm considering resetting the Trump age time, like the Trump age clock every stream. So he starts at 1 at the beginning of each stream, and then we can see how old he can get by the end of the stream, and then we just leave Joe Biden going forever, because I feel like both of their personalities kind of reflect that, where Joe Biden really kind of, it feels like he leans into the old age most days, and Trump really leans into the childish sort of antics on a regular basis. Next thing on the list. Oh, okay. So this is actually an important time for most of the people on this stream, I would guess. We're about to watch a democracy. Yeah, this is a Democracy Now! Clip entitled TikTok Crackdown Fueled by Anti-China Sentiment. Misses real threat of big tech.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
In a rare show of bipartisanship, House lawmakers overwhelmingly voted Wednesday to force the social media app TikTok's Chinese owner, ByteDance, to either sell the app or face a ban in the United States.
On this vote, the yeas are 352, the nays are 65. One present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
TikTok has more than 170 million users in the United States alone, the largest TikTok audience in the world. This is Congress member Raja Krishnamoorthi. But first, Republican Mike Gallagher.
TikTok is a threat to our national security because it is owned by ByteDance, which does the bidding of the Chinese Communist Party. This bill therefore forces TikTok to break up with the Chinese Communist Party. It does not apply to American companies.
Unfortunately, when TikTok has appeared before Congress, whether it's before the House Energy and Commerce Committee or otherwise, it has not been candid, my friends. It has not been candid. First, TikTok said its data is not accessible to China-based ByteDance employees. False. China-based employees routinely access this data.
The Democratic Congressmember Raja Krishnamurti.
This is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
I don't support a ban on TikTok. The legislation did not ban TikTok. It's simply a divestiture of TikTok so that this social media platform can be owned by an American company that would protect the data and the privacy of the American consumer from malignant foreign interests like the Chinese Communist Party.
Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Oh, malignant foreign interest. That sounds very nefarious.
Quote, push for the Senate to approve the bill, which President Joe Biden has said he would sign, but other Republicans oppose the bill. This is Georgia Congressmember Marjorie Taylor Greene.
There are dangers that lie ahead in this. This is really about controlling Americans' data. And if we cared about Americans' data, then we would stop the sale of Americans' data universally, not just with China.
Pretty banned in it.
The bill is the greatest threat to TikTok since the Trump administration, when Trump tried to implement a TikTok crackdown that was struck down in the federal courts. But he did flip his position, Trump did last week, after he met with the billionaire investor, GOP megadonor Jeff Yass, who has a 15% stake in TikTok's parent company, has spent a fortune paying for lobbyists to preserve TikTok. Meanwhile, rights groups like the ACLU say such a ban would violate the right to free speech. For more, we're joined by Ramesh Srinivasan, professor of information studies at UCLA, host of the podcast Utopias, author of Beyond the Valley, How Innovators Around the World Are Overcoming Inequality and Creating the Technologies of Tomorrow, joining us from Oaxaca, Mexico. Ramesh, thanks so much for being back with us. We only have a few minutes. You do not approve of this ban. Can you talk about your concerns with it?
Absolutely not. It's disenfranchising to many young people in the United States. It is alienating to them, and it is singling out TikTok and China without any evidence whatsoever that they are engaging in any nefarious or spying activity, or are any more extreme in their algorithms and their ways in which they polarize American users than any of the big tech companies, which we've discussed before. So it's absurd and it's theatrical for people like Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera, to be paraded in front of Congress multiple times and even publicly shamed, while the actual legislation that takes root is one that singles out TikTok primarily because it's a Chinese company and possibly because it's so prominent amongst Americans and young people in general in this country.
And Ramesh, could you talk about how this fits into the way that other countries have responded to TikTok? India was the first one to ban it, and when India did, it had the highest number of TikTok users in the world. And the fact that so many European governments, the EU, Britain, and other countries, Australia as well, Canada, have placed severe restrictions on the use of TikTok.
Talking about tequila in chat right now. By the way, you can drink whatever, shots and or no shots, but I don't remember even who said it, but it's now a running joke that I watch too many Democracy Now! Clips and people could start a drinking game based around it. And so I've leaned into that, taking advice from Sheryl Sandberg or whatever her name is, and yeah, fully embracing the vibe of that situation
on their private mobile devices. Have they done the same thing for Facebook or Twitter, now X?
I mean, in the Indian case, it seemed to play directly to geopolitical tensions with China. China is being set up, as you all report all the time, as some sort of antagonist, a sort of folly for whatever actions the state would wish to take at this point. That does nothing good to deal with the real issues. If we look at most abuses that big tech corporations and specifically social media platforms have laid upon the world, we're primarily talking about companies like Facebook, Google, and so on. So there's really little to no evidence of this. It's incredible that that a bipartisan group of lawmakers would want to take a major instrument of free speech, but also of conversation and discussion, especially amongst young people who feel so, again, alienated and out of touch with the political apparatuses of the United States, to just sort of take them off the platform altogether. There's really no evidence to back that up. What we need is expansive, comprehensive digital rights legislation
Yes,
that really
thank you.
applies to every social media company.
Europe has already started doing stuff like this, but America, who is the bastion of the tech industry, has chosen to not protect its own citizens, and it's disgusting to me.
And gives Americans power over their own data.
You know, one of the things that Trump said...
Too many migraines, BCAT? Oh, it's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
He switched his position after meeting with a billionaire TikTok investor, and so he's now against the ban. But he said, you know, it'll give more power to what he calls the enemy of the people, Facebook. But in fact, talk about that and how it then privileges U.S. and other companies, but they still can invade the privacy of people, sell off all of our data. And what exactly a privacy bill would look like that you, Professor Srinivasan, would approve of?
Thank you for asking that question. So it's politically astute for Trump, and it's sort of such a strange and surreal world, as Mehdi Hassan was just discussing with you all, when we see sort of right-wingers take on I wouldn't really say anti-war positions, but more isolationist positions. Trump recognizes that younger people are on this platform, and he recognizes that now with more and more alienated young people that he could potentially gain their support. Facebook in particular, but many big tech platforms have committed repeated abuses around the world, from labor practices to the hiring of exploited content moderators to mass-scale disinformation that has been directly tied to genocides in other parts of the world, to support of authoritarian leaders and so on. So Trump's critique of Facebook is merely based upon it not supporting his voice writ large all the time and the extreme content that he always puts out. But what we really need is to recognize that everything we do in our lives, and this is not just...
That is the one thing about Trump that is consistent. He has no ideology. He just goes wherever the water is taking him, you know? Never really making any sort of selfish, sort of narcissistically based decisions. Everything comes from that sort of vapidly cold logic of me first. You know, and it has terrible implications. Sometimes he gets things right, right, and it's just like, it's fucking hilarious to me, because it's, you know, it's accidental.
True in the United States or here in Oaxaca, Mexico, but all around the world, almost everything we do is turned into data, into what we call digital footprints. But that data is being harvested by private corporations and states, right? Basically everybody but ourselves. It's basically a taking away of democratic power. So what we need to do is to really have power ourselves and have constituencies have power over controlling what data is being collected about us, how it's being retained, how it's being aggregated, how it's being bought and sold. And what we really need is expansive legislation, again, that deals with the economic outcomes of digital rights. You know, we need to support data unions, paying people so people have even equity in data grabbing corporations. Note, many of these corporations started on the backs of an internet that all of us paid for, American taxpayers, and use our roads, our infrastructures without paying taxes. So what we need are economic rights. We need personal rights, so we control what is datafied about us. We need to ask big questions about what should not be datafied and what should not be in the hands of these shady corporations, recognizing that our data are bought and sold, and that can be very, very much a violation of free competition. We've seen a lot of Federal Trade Commission acts. And basically what this is being done is to wield us. It's influencing our behavior. It's influencing our lives. It's constructing our consumption. It's even constructing our sense of desire. And as we've talked about, it's reinforcing discrimination through discriminatory algorithms and discriminatory practices. So what we need are rights-based legislation that are not just about individual rights or privacy, but really bleed into the question of the economic rights we all have and need to have around the planet in our digital lives.
We want to thank you so much for being with us. Ramesh Srinivasan, Professor of Information Studies at UCLA, host of the podcast Utopias, author of Beyond the Valley.
Okay, well, hopefully that was mildly informative. I think that guest was dead on about the need for legislation and for the rights of people who are using platforms, and that, you know, using apps shouldn't be a tacit agreement to allow companies to just sell and distribute your data at will and do whatever the fuck they want with it. Yep, definitely missed you, Pitchforks. 100%. Economic Bill of Rights. That's an interesting and good idea, I think. Oh, God. It's a frickin' satellite going by the space station.
Aren't I a good guy?
Sorry. I saw someone say good guy and I couldn't help myself. That's on me. Gotta control my fingers from randomly hitting buttons. This next video is also about TikTok, mostly. But this is from Reuters. And, gotta say, different tone. This is entitled Mnuchin. By Mnuchin, they mean Steve Mnuchin, the former Treasury Secretary and of the Trump administration. Steve Mnuchin, the same Steve Mnuchin who was a former Goldman Sachs banker. Steve Mnuchin, the guy who's worth like, I think like $1 billion or something like that. That Mnuchin. So let's watch this next fucking video.
More signs of sticky inflation and a slowing economy. I'm Lisa Bernhard with Reuters, and joining me is Shana Orsic-Sissel. She is CEO of Bonrian Capital Management. Shana, today we saw February producer price index come in hotter than expected, and retail sales rebounded for February, but still disappointed a little bit. What does this say about when the Federal Reserve might start cutting rates?
Oh, fuck, I'm just
well, it certainly doesn't make it more sooner. Having hotter than expected PPI and CPI reports this week means that the likelihood that the Fed is going to surprise anyone and cut before June is highly unlikely. I am now beginning to think it's unlikely that they will cut in June either, as long as inflation stays sticky high.
All right, I'm just going to move on from this garbage. Where do we talk about this? I think it's like here, maybe.
Well, and you cut rates too soon, you accelerate and potentially overheat the economy. And so that is really the question here. I don't think demand has stepped back enough to justify cutting rates at this time. And that is really the question here. The problem is if you over accelerate the economy because you cut rates too soon, the chances of having a bubble that bursts become much more likely.
Okay, let's turn to stocks. And speaking of potential bubbles, you're still really bullish on NVIDIA.
Okay, shut up about NVIDIA.
Which is supposed to happen in April, and how that perhaps may have been a catalyst to driving up the price recently?
Well, I don't think that is the catalyst that's been driving up
Where the fuck?
Bitcoin. And there's like
I could have sworn that did I listen to this at 4X or something?
You are now having
When did they talk about Mnuchin? Good fucking God. I know they talk about it in here somewhere.
less of a reward for the work that you do, which means there's less.
This is my fault. I should have kept track of where the fuck this important information was.
Bitcoin being made available to the general public in any way to trade. So that's going to cause there's less outstanding Bitcoin to trade.
All right, fuck it. I give up on this goddamn video. I know it's in here, but I can't listen to this woman just talk about a bunch of nonsense. Burst all the bubbles? Yeah, I agree. We should burst all the bubbles. And the fact is, consumers have more control over some of this than we like to think. You know? Like, to some degree. Do we have to eat? Do we have to get to work? Do we have to do our normal stuff? Yeah. But can we refuse to buy things we don't need? 100%. Can we choose to stop, you know, eating out, doing things that are, you know, whatever? Like, and I'm not saying that anybody should necessarily do this, but I'm just saying that, generally speaking, the psychology of consumers is actually more important than we think, right? And a lot of people get easily tricked by businesses raising prices and thinking that that's the only option, is they're just going to keep going up. But, you know, we do have some control over this. They do need to technically sell items at a certain pace, otherwise they get themselves into trouble. I thought I had a second video on this too. Fucking hell. Why do you have to ruin this for me, Reuters? Reuters is always debating me or like screwing with my life in this stream. I don't appreciate it. I guess I'm just gonna say what she did say in this interview, which was that she believes that Steve Mnuchin is like the best option to buy TikTok. And you know, hold on, I'm just gonna search this because I might as well. Well, either way, Mnuchin has already put his like hand or foot into the ring and said, "I would like to buy TikTok, please." And in no way should we allow that to be the case. This guy is a fucking problem, okay? Seriously problematic human being, and having him being in charge of an entire social media app might even be worse than Elon Musk being in charge of an entire social media app. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Who sucks more? Steve Mnuchin or freaking Elon Musk? Okay, fuck it. We're just gonna keep pushing forward. I'm not even gonna look for this. This is a breakthrough news piece that came out 4 hours ago entitled "Pro-Israel Lobbyists Are Pushing the TikTok Ban." Go.
Pro-Israel lobbyists are supporting the TikTok ban, joining the anti-China lobby, aka the entire ruling class, and the intelligence agencies, who have been trying to pass this for years. A bill that would force ByteDance, the parent company of TikTok, to sell TikTok to an American tech company or be banned.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing, Pitchforks. When they talk about the economy collapsing, and even when I talk about it, I don't think they're not talking about like for normal fucking people. They're talking about like the stock market. We're talking about the collapse of like commercial like real estate, and you know, house prices probably going down slightly, which that out of everything, that's the one thing that will actually affect people that are more regular, if you will. But the rest of it is, yeah, it just affects people with massive holdings in stocks and in like real estate, you know. And like most people will continue to have the exact same lives regardless.
It's just passed through the House with a huge bipartisan majority. The bill is headed to the Senate, where, if it passes, will then send the bill to Joe Biden's desk, who's already promised he'd sign it into law. Now, if you remember back, there was a big push to ban TikTok under the Trump administration, which failed. But the recent outpouring of support for Palestine has breathed new life into the push to ban TikTok, because TikTok has become a hub of content exposing Israel's true genocidal nature. In a Senate hearing in February, Lindsey Graham claimed that TikTok is being used to help people who, quote, want to destroy the Jewish state. Ridiculous. Ted Cruz claimed that TikTok was deliberately promoting anti-Israel propaganda on its U.S. algorithms,
the greatest
and
work of
possibly the
nonfiction
most
of the 20th
perplexing
century.
claim of...
It's just nuts. Like, I don't use TikTok, okay, but all the things that I've seen people saying are like, you know, anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, are just saying free Palestine, basically, and or other sort of related catchphrases that are not in any way anti-Jewish.
Possibly the most perplexing claim of all came from Nikki Haley, who said that for every 30 minutes someone watches TikTok, they get 17% more anti-Semitic.
Wow, 17%. I need to see the graph on that one.
The politicians supporting the ban, including the three I just mentioned, receive huge donations from pro-Israel groups. But the Israel lobby itself has also been vocal on the ban. The Jewish Federations of North America, one of the largest pro-Israel Jewish organizations in North America, praised the House for passing the bill, claiming that China was intentionally, quote, filling its state-controlled media and social media channels with anti-Semitic and anti-Israel rhetoric. They also said of all the social media platforms, TikTok was, quote, the worst offender. Now, this is an interesting thing to say because I'm sure many people have noticed by now that Twitter has become a cesspool of actually anti-Semitic, pro-Hitler content, but there's no movement to ban Twitter. On leaked audio, the CEO of the pro-Israel Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt, was caught saying that Israel doesn't have a left or right problem, it is a Gen Z problem and a TikTok problem.
Oh, that's so sad. A Gen Z problem. Wow. And the thing is for the longest time, like, I thought that the Anti-Defamation League was on, you know, like, the right side of things, usually. But with all of this that's happened, I've completely lost any trust or faith in them and really kind of think badly of them now. It did not take long. And that sort of rhetoric is the kind of stuff that, you know, makes me feel all kinds of ways. But before we go too far, I just want to look at this because we heard a claim from Nikki Haley that that for every 30 minutes you spend on TikTok, you get 17% anti-Semitic. And I found a graph here that is illuminating on this situation. Oh, here it is. Yep. Serious is a very serious graph. Take it seriously. Don't mind any of the labels on the graph. Just assume that this is a actual graph that actually represents something, okay? And that's what happens. You watch TikTok and suddenly you're an anti-Semite, so everybody better just delete your apps, I swear to God.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Okay, just joking, chat. Just joking. That is, in fact, a generic exponential curve that I just thought I would throw up for no good reason. Just to be an idiot. Okay, here we go. Let's go back to this video.
Major generational problem. All the polling I've seen, ADL's polling, ICC's polling, independent polling, suggests this is not a left-right gap, folks. It is young and old. And so we really have a TikTok problem, a Gen Z problem, that our community needs to put the same brains that gave us Taglit, the same brains that gave us all these other amazing innovations, need to put our energy toward this, like, fast.
So does Israel really have a TikTok problem? Yes. Research by a pro-Israel data scientist showed that for every view that videos on pro-Israel hashtags got, videos on pro-Palestine hashtags got 54 views. He claims that this proves that there's a bias, but it really just shows that far more people are using pro-Palestine hashtags, reflecting the well-known reality that
problem is that most people over a certain age just don't understand how social media works. And so they see numbers like that. They go, oh, numbers, see, the numbers mean things. But they don't know how to interpret the data. It just means, it's, you know, like social media is a popularity contest. But most of these people couldn't win a popularity contest if they tried. Okay, sorry. Just gonna keep it going. Oh, Bad Lefty, good to see you. Yep. Getting in chat furiously already, I see you.
More people, especially young people, support Palestine. Social media has played a crucial role, not just in exposing Israel's lies, but also in giving voice to those who have been traditionally excluded and censored by the corporate media. Congressman Mike Gallagher said this openly in a speech calling for TikTok to be banned, saying he supports its censorship because TikTok has become, quote, the dominant news platform for Americans under 30. In a sense, their attempt to ban TikTok is a recognition of its power, not of the platform itself, but of the power of millions of people to organize themselves online, share information, and turn that virtual outrage into a highly organized global movement capable of manifesting itself offline and shaking the halls of power. TikTok is the largest social media platform in the world, with 1.7 billion users worldwide and a whopping 150 million users in the US, which is almost half the country. Many of these users now support Palestine and have been reinforced by the videos they've been watching on the platform. Banning TikTok won't make these people disappear or make them unlearn what they've learned, because it's not TikTok making people think that Israel is committing a genocide. Israel is committing a genocide.
Yeah, exactly. And the ICJ said as much. And the lopsided nature of this ban and the inability of Congress to look at the American social media companies and tech companies with massive access to American data is the glaring hypocrisy of the situation, you know, and it's very frustrating that they don't think anybody's gonna call them out. And you know what? Maybe they're right. You know, the mainstream media almost called them the MSM. Stupid shorthands. But yes, you know, like if you go to like CNN or MSNBC, they're not gonna go and say, oh yeah, I think they're just anti free speech. They don't want people to talk about Palestine in a positive light. No, they're not gonna do that. And they're not gonna say that it's also this sort of knee-jerk, what's it call it, like xenophobic sort of move against China in congruence with with an anti-Palestinian sort of aftertaste to it. What's next? People are calling you anti-Semitic? Well, I'm pretty sure that's false. I've never seen you say anything anti-Semitic before. But what do I know? Okay, this next video, and actually, wait, do I want to do this in this order? Ah, fuck it, it's already in this order, so we're gonna do it in this order. Sticking with technology, but moving away from TikTok. This is a video I saw earlier in the day. This is from a day ago, and it speaks for its fucking self. By the way,
hey, figure
to
one.
my knowledge, what you're looking at right now is not CGI. This is real. Let's try this again.
Hey, figure one. What do you see right now?
I see a red apple on a plate in the center of the table, a drying rack with cups and a plate, and you standing nearby with your hand on the table.
Great. Can I have something to eat?
Sure thing.
Great. Can you explain why you did what you just did while you pick up this trash?
On it. So I gave you the apple because it's the only edible.
It's not real? Are you sure? All right, hold on. Well, hey, if you say it's not real, I'll look it up. I'll make sure. I mean, there are certain aspects of it that seem a little... I watched it one time. Now on my second watching, there are some things that are kind of making me think it's not real. But it looks fucking real. You might be right, though. Now that I have it paused and I'm like looking at some of it, it looks like rendering and rather than an actual machine. But I could be wrong. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look this up.
I could provide you with from the table.
Great. So, based on the scene right now, where do you think the dishes in front of you go next?
The dishes on the table, like that plate and cup, are likely to go into the drying rack next.
Great. Can you put them there?
Of course.
All right, so how do you think you did?
I don't know, chat. I think it's real. I'm looking it up right now. And I'm also looking at some of the shots. It looks very, 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 very real. Especially like right here. That blur. That blur. If you look at the focus, right? And maybe if I could just go to full screen just to kind of show you what I mean. But like this focus, like the lack of focus, like the depth of focus, right? Do you see how it's blurred on the robot? Like, granted, you can do that with software, but this is very well done. You can see that the focus actually shifts depending on the depth and how far away it is from the camera, like on the robot. And once again, you can do that with software. But this article I'm reading right now is also saying that it's totally fucking real.
What do you think you did?
I think I did pretty well. The apple found its new owner, the trash is gone, and the tableware is right where it belongs.
I agree. Thanks, Figure One.
You're welcome. If there's anything else you need help with, just let me know.
Hold on, I gotta watch that again slower. Who made an AI clone of Gavin Newsom? Yeah, honestly, I don't see the resemblance. If it's CGI, it's incredible CGI. I'm trying to break it down right now. Just because you brought it up, it's making me really question what I'm looking at. Hold on, I'm gonna slow it down though. I just kind of want to see this, like, these frames. So I thought I might have seen like an artifact. I'm not entirely sure. No, that checked out in my eyes. But I mean, granted, I'm just seeing it. The robot is real, the guy is fake. You're probably right. Trevor is right, allegedly. Allegedly. Okay. What's next?
Tonight, San Francisco is facing a new...
Okay. Now, this situation kind of baffles me in the way that people are framing it and that they want to try and deal with it, and somehow not actually address any of the real causes of the problem. But yeah, I'll be honest, that robot, if that robot's real, and I only have one person saying it's not real and a bunch of stuff saying it's very real, it's kind of creepy. It's very like iRobot, like, damn, like this robot's basically gonna be our robot overlord. This next video is from NBC Bay Area, and the title of it is "Terrified Residents of San Francisco's Tenderloin Sue for Streets Free of Drugs and Tents." Meanwhile, let's listen to who it is that's suing carefully.
Federal lawsuit. It claims the Tenderloin is being treated like a containment zone for drug activity and that the city tolerates encampments in poor conditions. As NBC Bay Area's Christy Smith explains, a group of Tenderloin neighbors and businesses is behind the legal action.
The conditions in the Tenderloin are at the center of a new lawsuit. 2 hotels and several residents are suing the city, saying leaders have done very little to address the long-running drug and homelessness issues. We spoke with lawyer Matthew Davis about the allegations.
That the city has for years treated the Tenderloin as the containment zone for narcotics activity and associated harms with that, and that conditions have gotten much worse in recent years, maybe in part due to the fentanyl crisis. The current state of the Tenderloin is for my clients and other people who live or work in the neighborhood.
So this guy represents the people who are suing the city of San Francisco over homelessness. And if you heard the way they described the people in the lawsuit, it was several. So that means probably 3 or 4. And I looked at the lawsuit. It appears to be about 7 different actual plaintiffs 2 of them are hotels, and I didn't catch what the other business was, but it sounds to me that a few very rich people, a couple of hotel businesses, and other such things are upset, right, that there's homeless people exist, right, and that they happen to live in this one neighborhood. But I don't hear any of them coming up with any solutions for it, and my guess is that there's sort of people who just think you should just drive them out of the city and not attempt to solve the homeless crisis with sensible humanity or humanitarian sort of decision making, right? They just want to get back to business as usual. And once again, these people are hurting, right? People who have big hotel businesses and stuff, they're paying more in interest rates right now because the Federal Reserve raised interest rates on them, and they're all concerned. Commercial real estate is plunging. We saw a video yesterday that there could be a 40% drop in commercial real estate right now. So these people are just upset. They're upset that they have to look at homeless people whenever they go to work.
Sidewalks and public spaces are unsanitary, unsafe, and inaccessible.
Today, this is what it looked like near one of the hotels who filed suit. The plaintiffs aren't seeking monetary damages. They want a judge to force the city to take action. We spoke with the mayor today about some of the steps the city has already taken.
One of the things that I'm really proud of is what we've been able to do to a certain extent deal with the challenges in the daytime, especially in UN Plaza and other parts of the Tenderloin. We're seeing some improvements.
She admits nighttime remains a challenge, but they have redirected resources.
In some instances, we're able to redirect resources, and in working with the Drug Enforcement Agency and the U.S. Attorney's Office, they've been able to step in and be a significant...
Right, so what she's saying is that we need to criminalize the homeless. I think that's what she just said, if I'm not mistaken. I was also reading chats, so maybe I didn't hear her correctly, but it sounds like they need the police involved. They need to criminalize these people who are just trying to survive, and yeah, that'll solve it. Just stick them in jail, I guess. You can't super chat, unfortunately. That's right. Yep, not monetized on YouTube yet. So that is going to be the foil to your plan. Need 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours. Currently at 71 subs, and actually I think I hit 1,000 watch hours recently. So a third of the way on part of it, and closer to like a seventh of the way on the rest of it.
In addition to the California Highway Patrol, where a lot of our focus is on the Tenderloin community and at night.
She said they have reduced the number of tents. The suit wasn't the only legal action the city was hit with today. Separately, a motion was filed on behalf of the UC College of the Law San Francisco to enforce a stipulated injunction requiring the city to make reasonable efforts to eliminate homeless encampments. The city attorney's office said in regard to the lawsuit filed today, in part, they would review the complaint and that the city
Oh no, all those sad lawyers have to look at homeless people too? Good God. What do we do with homeless people, huh? People, I mean, they exist. What do we do with them? Huh? You just throw them out of society? Where do they go? San Francisco sent their homeless 45 minutes north to Santa Rosa, where you live, and Santa Rosa invested in housing for them. Oh my God, it's revolutionary. Wait, housing helped homelessness? What? What?
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It doesn't make sense to my brain. Wait, homes? Houses and homes. Homes and houses.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
All right, sorry.
Progress, disrupting drug markets and addressing homelessness while complying with the preliminary injunction issued in the Coalition on Homelessness case. Adding it is clear that increased litigation
son of a bitch.
over homelessness is not...
Why did I just do this? I just realized I'm stuck on this right here. I'm an idiot. I'm not doing my job good. And that's on me. But it's okay, because we didn't need to watch more of this video because it was frustrating and annoying. Alright, let's go to this next video. Very quick, but even more frustrating somehow. I don't know how. Man, I think, but for me, yeah, it might. Nah, I'm not gonna do a frustrating Olympics, but it is a very frustrating video. Only a minute long, and you're probably asking yourself, how can a 1 minute video be so frustrating? Well, I'm gonna show you. I'm getting close. Yes, getting close. Just gotta keep moving forward. To prison for free labor. Ooh, good point. Very good point. Gotta use the legalized slavery of the prison system. By the way, before we watch the rest of this, this video shows some very disturbing stuff involving a number of Michigan officers assaulting a supposed suspect. So let's watch this.
What's your name? What I do? You just tried to hit one of us. Oh my God! Oh! Get your hand! He's already been tased. Taser! Oh! Stop resisting! Taser! We're fighting. We're trying to get him in custody.
That doesn't look like you're trying to get him in custody. He's just, like, literally loading off on this guy right in his fucking face. Did you see that? Did you fucking see that shit? That was gross. This dude's surrounded by, like, 4 people. This guy gets on top of him and just starts unloading on his face. Bam, 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 bam. 5, 6.
Kick him in the head!
Kick him in the head, he says. There's literally 6 dudes on top of this guy. He's trying to get his fucking arms behind him. And there's a dog on top of him. There's like 3 dudes holding him. A dude telling people to kick him in the head. I mean, what do they expect this guy to even do? There's multiple times in that video where I saw his arms going back, but he was getting tased so hard that his body couldn't even manage to do it. Right? And these freaking, like, simians, like, with zero sort of critical thinking, just keep pounding on this guy, and it is gross. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, no, I'm really am sorry that you had to watch that, but we try not to look away from any of the fucking problems going on in the world so that we can hopefully, as a group, come up with a few solutions. Maybe that's just being too optimistic, but let's watch this frickin' PBS video. And I'll be honest, it's not much more optimistic than the last one, but it's on a different subject, so at least get excited about that. This is from PBS Terra. 2 weeks ago, was this really a 1 in 700 billion year event? Antarctic sea ice melting fast. Okay.
Polar sea ice is one of the most important insurance policies against runaway climate change. It helps regulate the Earth's temperature, influences global ocean circulation, and it's critically important in protecting the ice sheets from melting and causing massive sea level rise. But as the world warmed, something really confusing happened in the Southern Ocean. While nearly all other ice on Earth was decreasing, Antarctic sea ice levels were mysteriously increasing.
It was a paradox, right? We had a warming world, but Southern Ocean sea ice was expanding, and that was in contradiction to what our models suggested.
Unlike the steady downward trend of Arctic sea ice, Antarctic sea ice records since the late 1970s showed a nearly flat line. That's good news, right? But then they dropped, and they stayed low, reaching an all-time record low in 2023 by a wide margin. And 2024 isn't looking so good either. Scientists have been scrambling to figure out what is going on.
This year, Southern Ocean sea ice got to just over 7 standard deviations below the mean. You would expect to see something like that once every 700 billion years. which is just bonkers.
The change has even been noticeable to scientists working in Antarctica.
There's been a real lack of sea ice around Antarctica. It's really alarming.
What they were seeing broke all of their climate models, and their findings had them questioning if Antarctica is experiencing a state change.
You don't need statistics to tell you something different was happening this year, and it was a big difference.
Antarctic sea ice is critically important for the globe as a whole.
I just remember that now Antarctica is the one is the South Pole, if you will. So just remember it's slightly different sea ice than we usually talk about. And I think partly the reason that we haven't talked about it is because of something that they were talking about during this. And if you missed it, they were essentially saying that for years, decades, sea ice through the climate change events that we've been seeing up until I think she said 2016 was actually increasing rather than decreasing. But back here, if you look at this graph that she showed, where was it? Son of a, why me and my graphs. Over here in 2016, it suddenly dropped off the face of a cliff, right? This was the Antarctic sea ice, and it was increasing every year, and then blam. Anyway, let's just keep playing this.
And they stayed low, reaching an all-time record low in 2023 by a wide margin. And 2024 isn't looking so good either. Scientists have been scrambling to figure out what is going on.
This year, Southern Ocean sea ice got to just over 7 standard deviations below the mean. You would expect to see something like that once every 700 billion years, which is just bonkers.
The change has even been noticeable to scientists working in Antarctica.
There's been a real lack of sea ice around Antarctica. It's really alarming.
What they were seeing broke all of their climate models, and their findings had them questioning if Antarctica is experiencing a state change.
You don't need statistics to tell you something different was happening this year, and it was a big difference.
Antarctic sea ice is critically important for the globe as a whole, and some of our most iconic species depend on it, including emperor penguins. The ancestors of this flightless bird roamed the earth millions of years ago during the age of the dinosaurs. And they lived through some pretty incredible changes in climate, but the threats they face today are unprecedented, and their future is precarious. There are actually pretty good projections about how their population will fare under different warming scenarios. So keep watching to find out what we can expect by the end of the century and how emperor penguins may be a harbinger for what's to come. Antarctica has ice both on land in the form of ice sheets and in the waters around it in the form of seasonal sea ice. Like in the Arctic, the surface of the ocean around Antarctica freezes over in the winter and melts in the summer.
At its summer minimum, it covers an area about half the size of Australia. And then in autumn and winter, this freezes and it covers an area 2.5 times the size of Australia. So we've got this huge area of sea ice. This seasonal waxing and waning as there's more and less sunlight and warmth over the Southern Ocean is really reliable.
But the stability of the system was thrown into question in 2016. While scientists were busy trying to figure out why sea ice appeared to be increasing, something shifted dramatically.
Then in 2016, in our study, we find that there's this abrupt decline in sea ice. In the space of 2 years, the Antarctic lost as much sea ice as the Arctic lost in 3 decades, right? It's a really abrupt drop.
That was a huge shock to the community. We didn't see it coming.
The following years showed signs of increasing, but were still consistently below average. But then 2023 happened.
This summer was a record low. The previous summer was a record low. So we had 2 record low summers back to back. And then this winter has been completely unlike anything else we have seen in the records. It's also unlike anything in the reconstructions. We were missing an area of ice about 2.5 million square kilometers in size. So that's an area the size of Alaska and Texas put together. It's a vast, vast area of the ocean that would normally be covered by ice that wasn't this year.
And even though Antarctica feels incredibly far away, when its sea ice melts, it has cascading effects.
Albedo means reflectivity. So if we think about an ocean surface covered in sea ice, the sea ice is white, and so it's highly reflective. And incoming sunlight is reflected from the ice back to space. And so it helps keep the surface of the Earth cool. And so this is one of the important roles that sea ice plays in regulating global climate. Another one is in influencing the deep ocean circulation. Sea ice forms when the surface of the ocean, it freezes, and the ocean is salty. Some of this salt is taken up into the sea ice, but some of it isn't. And this extra salty brine is actually rejected from the bottom of the sea ice when the sea ice is freezing. And this really dense, heavy water, it circulates around the shelf, around Antarctica, and some of it sinks into the deep ocean, and it forms this deep ocean circulation.
This deep, overturning ocean circulation travels the entire globe and takes over 1,000 years to complete its cycle. It's hugely important in the ocean's ability to uptake carbon and absorb the excess heat.
I feel like I've watched these models so many times, and yet I didn't know that fact. 1,000 years to complete the whole cycle? That's crazy.
That burning fossil.
It's one of those things that makes you really question yourself when you hear something like that, and it's just, oh god. Because it just makes you wonder what ripple effects we aren't seeing in different places where cycles are incredibly long, and where something may happen that's irreversible before we pick up on it because it's happening so slow or whatever else, and gives me real concerns.
Fuels has created. Its slowing down has huge consequences for our planet's climate.
And finally, sea ice, it physically protects the Antarctic coast and the ice shelves. But when sea ice is absent, that waves, they break on the ice shelves, and they can break up the ice shelves faster than they otherwise would. Once we have these ice shelves collapsing, this means that the Antarctic ice sheet, the ice that sits on the continent, can slide into the oceans faster. And this will raise global sea levels.
Scientists have estimated that the Antarctic ice sheets hold enough ice to raise sea levels by 58 meters if they were to completely melt. Fortunately, that's unlikely to happen anytime soon, but West Antarctica alone could add over 7 inches of sea level rise by 2100.
So even though Antarctica is really far away, and even though we might not ever go there, it can affect our global sea levels, it can affect our global climate.
And it's home to some of our most iconic creatures, including the emperor penguin.
Emperors are such cool birds, you know.
Penguins are so damn cute.
Remarkable. They are incredible.
Okay, if you want to watch the rest of that, it's available on PBS Terra. There's about another 7 minutes left of it, and yeah, if you want to catch the rest of it, you can absolutely go there, but we gotta keep pushing forward through the darkness into everything else I've got planned for us. What, should only have so much time for. Started late because of leftist mafia today. I actually considered not doing a stream, but said fuck it. There's too much to look at. Too many things happening. This is another weather-related thing, or an environmental-related thing. But this is from TRT World instead of PBS. It's entitled "Weather Patterns Threatening Agriculture and Food Security in Pakistan."
Saida Jan is inspecting his wheat crop. He is worried to see his wheat plants haven't yet developed.
I sowed the crop in November, but there were no rains at the time. And as a result of that, wheat plants could not grow. This means the grain size will remain small.
Farmers in this part of the world rely on timely rain as nature's intervention to help their crops grow. Winter downpours typically arrive in November or December, the time of wheat sowing in Pakistan. This time, rains didn't come until February.
The delayed rains in Pakistan, particularly in winter season in 23 and 24, due to which the crops, in particularly wheat crop, it has been delayed, and growth period is also has increased. And now the time is for the ripe of this crop. But in this time, the temperature should be greater. But nowadays, we are facing below normal temperatures.
The forecast is the last thing Sajjad Khan wanted.
We grow vegetables here, but because of the adverse impact of climate change, we have suffered a lot. When we planted vegetables, there were no rains, and rains arrived late that destroyed our crop.
Pakistan has seen changing weather patterns over the last few years. In 2022, the country saw unprecedented rains, which caused massive damage from north to south. Many people died and millions were displaced. The agriculture and livestock sectors alone lost $7 billion. The following year was dry with less monsoon rain. And this winter, rains arrived late, causing havoc in some parts of the country. Scores of people died after heavy falls swept across the country, triggering flash floods and landslides. Pakistan contributes less than 1% to global emissions, but is among the top countries affected by climate change. It is seeking compensation from rich nations, which are major global emitters.
Good luck with that. Jesus. Oh, God. Seriously, and I only say that just because I feel like the countries who've done the most damage are not looking to pay reparations for any of the things they've done. By the way, did anybody hear the space cops just now? I can swear I heard them. Alright. Moving on. This is a story from Reuters involving failing newspaper sales in Italy.
Fabiano Pompei's family has been opening up their news kiosk close to Rome's imposing St. John Lateran Basilica since 1948. It used to be a thriving business and a neighborhood hub, but a prolonged slump in newspaper sales has forced it and many others to pull down the shutters for the last time.
You can make sacrifices up to a certain point, but if you're earning little or even losing money, it is better to close and do something else, even if it hurts inside. Every night I dream about my kiosk, because it is in my heart.
Industry body Snag estimates that 2/3 of Italy's news kiosks have closed down over the past 2 decades, leaving only around 12,000 in business. The Italian Chamber of Commerce says 2,700 went in the last 4 years alone. Plunging newspaper sales, which represented the bulk of kiosk revenues, are chiefly to blame. In 2004, around 9.54 million newspapers were sold each day in kiosks, according to data from ads. By January 2024, it was just 950,000. Stefano Di Persio's kiosk is next to the offices of Rome's largest newspaper, Il Messaggero. He used to sell hundreds of papers each day. Now, he shifts less than 50.
Carta stampata, quindi l'editoria, diciamo, ecco.
Print media and publishing is almost over. Earnings are the same as they were 30 years ago, but with prices that have quadrupled. Everything costs more, but you still earn the same. Copy sales have dropped dramatically, and in my opinion, and this is an optimistic prediction, in 20 years, there will be no more newspapers.
Okay, well, you might be asking yourself, or to me, Streamlord, why? Why are we watching a random video about paper sales in Italy? How does this affect me? Well, I'm gonna tell you. So, this has been something that's happening globally, in America for sure, and the fact is, people don't read print journalism anymore. Am I saying that people should? No, I'm not saying that, because there's the internet now. But because of that fact, it not only makes internet journalism all the more important, right? Because just to take it away from the Italy thing and to bring it back to America, for instance, right? Local papers were bought up and dismantled by big media organizations, people like Sinclair, and I'm trying to think of other examples, but I think Sinclair is a good enough example on their own. But this is the thing, you know, journalism has been dying and turning into editorial. People, you know, on CNN and Fox News sound more similar than they ever have before, and it is the kind of thing that is problematic for democracy, and I think is one of the reasons why America is slipping into democracy, is because, I mean, into an authoritarian, because we've been looking at it, right? Like, we're no longer a functioning democracy. Now we're a deficient democracy, right? And part of that is that people aren't informed. And if they are getting information, who are they getting it from? And so that's why things like internet rights, privacy, data laws, and all these other sorts of things become more important when people have to get their news from the internet. Because a lot of people forget, but journalism is actually one of the foundations of democracy, supposedly. Without it, we are left to take the words of our overlords. You read print journalism? Great, which is good. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that I'm not going to tell anybody that they need to start going out and buying, a paper to read, right? Because they could probably get it from a different source. Even local papers now are all online. And so it's just, it is in a lot of ways just a losing battle to try and keep physical papers alive. But that doesn't mean we should get rid of the idea of journalism. That's my thinking. Anyway, that was just a random sort of interjection into the rest of this sort of stuff we got here. First, we're going to look at this BBC News piece. UK government unveils new extremism definition after free speech concern.
Here, the UK government has set out a new...
By the way, this is from 15 hours? No, 11 hours ago.
Definition of extremism. It's part of its promise to tackle what it says is an increased threat since the Hamas attacks in Israel last October. The intention is to stop groups or individuals from having a platform to spread incendiary views, but concerns have been raised that any definition could be seen as unfair and undemocratic. With more details on what was said, here's our political correspondent Peter Soll.
This has become a regular sight at weekends in our cities. Thousands of people taking to the streets in protest at Israel's actions in Gaza. The current conflict in the Middle East has prompted a political debate, not just about the fighting there, but about the impact on community cohesion here.
In recent weeks and months, we have seen a shocking increase in extremist disruption and criminality.
In a surprise speech,
Extremist disruption and criminality. Why do I feel like he's absolutely just directing this at peaceful protesters protesting a genocide? It's such a gross mischaracterization of what's been going on.
Downing Street 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister warned that extremists were trying to tear us apart. But who exactly are these so-called extremists? Well, today the government has published a new definition of extremism. It's described as the promotion or advancement of an ideology based on violence, hatred or intolerance that aims to negate or destroy the fundamental rights and freedoms of others and undermine the UK's system of democracy and democratic.
Okay. So this definition is incredibly problematic. Not only is it very broad, but the language being used is hugely at issue. And in particular, the word that concerns me the very most about this, and I'm not a British citizen, but if I was, I would be very concerned about this word. The definition, the legal definition, according to dictionary.translegal.com, World Law Dictionary, says that the word undermine means to make something or someone become or appear less effective, strong, important, confident, or successful. Let me repeat that again. Undermine. To make something or someone become or appear less effective, strong, important, confident, or successful. Which effectively, in my opinion, makes all protest of the UK government illegal and extremist.
or intentionally create a permissive environment for others to do that. It's the brainchild of the Community Secretary. Michael Gove told the Commons that groups that fall foul of the term will, in effect, be blacklisted, excluded from government meetings and funding.
We are in no way intending to restrict...
It essentially gives the Parliament the ability to define for themselves at will who is and who is not undermining them, right?
Religion or belief. But the government cannot be in a position where, unwittingly or not, we sponsor, subsidise or support in any way organisations and individuals opposed to the freedoms we hold dear.
He proceeded to name some of those organisations.
The British National Socialist Movement and Patriotic Alternative, who promote neo-Nazi ideology.
Now those two groups, I'm not an expert on British extremism, but I'm pretty sure that the two ones that he just mentioned are actual neo-Nazis.
A white ethno-state and the targeting of minority groups for intimidation are precisely the type of groups about which we should be concerned and whose activities we will assess against the new definition.
And he also said some Muslim groups gave rise to concern. Labour, though, want more.
Today's statement does not go far enough, and regardless of how workable and effective this new definition and centre of excellence is, this announcement will not be enough.
And some organisations already feel got at.
Communities are very concerned at this time as to how the government is going to apply this consistently and equally, given that it's not a legal definition, but one that they have arbitrary power to choose.
Yeah.
All of this is pretty fundamental to our democracy.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to imply it without saying it in a lot of ways here. BBC doing a fine sort of dance for us, but, you know, Palestinians and people protesting against the genocide in Gaza are potentially going to fall under this law, depending on how the parliament feels on a given day.
We expect our politicians to defend people's right to speak out, no matter how unpalatable their views might be. But we also expect them to protect the values that most of us hold dear. Those currently in power hope that they've struck the right balance. Peter Saul, BBC News.
Well, to get more reaction to that story, we can go now to Brendan Cox. Now, Brendan Cox co-founded the organisation Survivors Against Terror. That was, of course, after his wife, the Labour MP Jo Cox, was murdered by a far-right extremist in 2016. Welcome to BBC News, Mr. Cox.
Okay, actually, we're going to move from him to a second video I have on this, and I think they have a slightly different take, or not a different take, but more information on this newer video. This is from Channel 4 News regarding the same exact situation. I think I'm at the right spot. Am I at the right spot?
A fractious and for some fearful time in the UK since October the 7th. The government framed today's announcement as part of an ongoing debate about extremism following recent events.
We've seen a shocking increase.
That's some extremely tubular legislation right there, dude.
Extremist disruption and criminality.
But in fact, its new definition won't affect the way these marches are policed and isn't statutory. Critics say it could threaten public protest and free speech. The new definition of extremism is described as the promotion or advancement of an ideology based on violence, hatred or intolerance that aims to destroy the fundamental rights and freedoms of others or undermine the UK's system of parliamentary democracy. Groups falling under the definition would effectively be cancelled, unable to engage or lobby government bodies or receive funding.
To marginalise extremist groups and to support and strengthen those communities where extremists are most active.
The announcement came not from the Home Secretary, but the Communities Secretary.
It's an excuse to target protesters. Yeah. Like the ones that are protesting the genocide.
Michael Gove rode back from publishing a full list of groups as had been leaked this week. Instead, he used parliamentary privilege to name-check two right-wing
organisations such as the British National Socialist Movement and Patriotic Alternative, who promote neo-Nazi ideology,
and three Muslim groups who will be assessed under the new definition.
Organisations such as the Muslim Association of Britain, which is the...
Just so Bad Lefty doesn't have to explain it to you, Pitchforks. I feel like it's shocking slightly to me that you don't know this, but sometimes YouTube just doesn't let Bad Lefty type more than 10 characters at a time. So, you know, it's a thing.
Affiliate of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Listening as the organisation she chairs was named Raghat Al-Tikriti.
It seems like it sends the message you are welcome to be a Muslim in Britain today, as long as you are not a politicised one, you're not someone who's got opinions or dissent to the stances of the government.
It's not the first time that governments, including Tony Blair's, have tried to define extremism and the British values it undermines. Theresa May struggled back in 2017 and it scuppered her counter-terrorism bill. Michael Gove hopes to have got round this, but critics say he's launched his new definition without engaging with the very groups that are affected. He's accused of undermining instead of building consensus. Some within the Prime Minister's own party believe he'd be better off dialing down the rhetoric on extremism and focusing on things like the economy.
What started as protests on our street has descended into intimidation.
After this unusual speech outside Number 10, 3 former Home Secretaries, including Priti Patel, warned about the risks of politicising the issue.
So how this guidance will be applied against existing definitions in law of racism, incitement and intimidation.
Angela Rayner.
There had been fears the government would use the list to try and embarrass Labour by pointing out links between the party and some of the groups.
Can the Secretary of State explain which groups this new definition will affect and where the government has chosen to draw the line?
Gove is saying that extremism is ideology which aims to overturn or undermine the UK's democracy. Does the MCB do any of that?
No, the Muslim Council of Britain doesn't do any of the activities that appear to be what the definition is talking about. In fact, the opposite is the case. We've been encouraging people to engage in our democracy, to write to their MPs, to vote in elections.
It's been suggested Miqdad Verse's organisation may be on the new list. The Tories refused to engage with the MCB. It's understood over a historical row about a statement on Gaza. Yet they did consult with them about vaccine take-up during COVID. He questions the inconsistency.
This week we've had a donor to the Conservative Party actually talking about the shooting, the physical shooting of a Labour MP. That's apparently not extreme. How does this make sense?
Yeah,
I think that's
weird.
The challenge we're faced right now with, which is that it seems that Muslim communities are being targeted in a way that is not being used across the board.
The government says a new Centre for Excellence made of civil servants will gather intelligence and publish a full list of groups. Critics insist it must have independent oversight and be based on evidence, not ideology.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Darshan Soni there. Well, more now from our political editor.
Okay. Still very skeptical, even with that sort of caveat, and at the end there, it doesn't inspire a ton of confidence, but let's hope it's not used to suppress free speech in England and the rest of the UK. Why is it happening, Pitchforks? I don't know. It's been happening for months now, I feel like. Okay, this next one we're going to move on to Haiti now. Associated Press. Haitians resume daily life during break from gang violence. Wow, Associated Press. The way they wrote this is messed up. That's not that's not how English works. People lined up in front of a bank in Port-au-Prince as some businesses reopened during a break from gang violence in the Haitian capital. I feel like I'm not doing a good enough job, but I should try and avoid saying the word gang. Instead of gang, I'm gonna say civilian. I'm gonna say civilian. Public transportation has also resumed, and more Haitians could be seen on the streets almost 10 days after civilian attacks brought the city at a standstill. The main airports and port, however, remain closed, causing concern about the delivery of aid to the hunger-stricken country. the CARICOM regional trade bloc, the U.S., and other stakeholders have proposed to install a new leadership to help. Oh wow, they're gonna install a leadership to help untangle the situation. That to me seems like retangling the situation. The civilians finally got rid of the puppet government. Well, at least the president, supposed president, but he's not elected, so you can't really call him a president. Yeah, if we do that, then we are just guilty of continuing a decades-long, actually might be, trying to think, like centuries-long, but it's not just our project. It's been sort of like a group project, us and the UK and France. France is deep in there. That's why everybody speaks a Creole version of French in Haiti. But yeah, if we do that, we will just be committing the same crime and same mistake as we did in 2004, and as others have tried before that. But people doubt the proposal will be able to help solve Haiti's problem of violence and political instability. No kidding. No kidding. Because it would cause more. Because it would cause more. And actually, this guy's probably going to say it for me. I forgot. We don't want the CARICOM. They never offer results to Haiti. And we have to decide for ourselves. We have the Constitution of 1987 that provides the answer when there is a vacancy in our leadership. It's for us to choose. CARICOM cannot decide for Haitians. Many remain concerned that gangs might resume their attacks. I'm sorry, civilians might resume their attacks on the government. But yeah, all right. Staying with Haiti. One more quick video. This is from CBC News from 3 hours ago. A fire broke out at a main jail in Haiti's capital. Gaza? Oh, believe me, we'll get to Gaza. Don't you worry. I have the same, I don't know how many streams you've caught, Bad Lefty, but I've got the same, at least lately. I have come up with a strategy, if you will, for each stream, where I start in America, and then we move our way to different countries outside of America until we eventually wind up with Gaza. So starting at home, quote unquote, for me at least, before I move to space, and then moving to abroad, other sorts of issues, winding up in Gaza as there is a genocide happening there, and it is the most important of the news. And I, from what I can tell, my streams get more viewers as the longer I stream, essentially, because people start realizing I'm streaming. You know, don't have that many subs right now, so I've been trying to do the most pressing stuff, which is hard to decide, right? But just trying to do the more pressing stuff later and start off with less serious stuff. So if it feels like I haven't been doomerific enough, don't you worry. There's plenty more Doom to come. Are you on the Discord? Well, if you want to join, I can't remember if you joined, I think you've joined our Discord already, but I might as well just throw the link in chat already for anybody who hasn't. But let's watch this next video from CBC.
Well, here to fill us in on what's happening on the ground in Haiti a little bit more is Harold Isaac. He's a freelance Haitian-Canadian journalist, and he's joining us from Port-au-Prince. So, you know, we are hearing reports that law and order has collapsed on the ground. Would you say that is true?
Well, the situation on the ground is complicated. It's been a very intensive 2 weeks, although there was a bit of a reprieve since the weekend. But there's been some pickup in violence since at least last night.
And I understand that just this morning, Harold, that a fire broke out in one of Haiti's main prisons where thousands of inmates were previously set free. What can you tell us more about that?
Well, yes, part of the building was set on fire this morning, or there was some sort of fire that broke. and there were a big billow of black smoke coming up over the city from the vicinity of the jail. However, the high profile and pretty much all the inmates that were remaining had been dispatched in several police stations in town after the major jailbreak that happened, because the vicinity of the jail had been deemed unsafe.
And Harold, you know, as I was just talking to Evan about, there are Canadians that are on the ground there that want to get out, want to come home, but you've been talking to Haitians. What are the Haitians that are there feeling about what is going on in their own country right now?
Well, sadly, they see it as yet a new cycle of violence. The situation has been complicated for years now, and even the Haitian government had requested since October of 2022 assistance from the international community to help deal with the gang violence. So it's been over a year that this request had been formulated, and they have yet to see any sort of clear support that has come to Haiti. And that includes Canada, that has politely declined, you know, to get involved, and it was now on to Kenya, that now is kind of iffy about whether or not they will come and help the Haitian police.
And is there that?
I mean, this guy works for CBC, so he's biased, or at least his job is to tell a narrative that goes with Canada's policy, as CBC is like a literal, I think it's like a quasi-governmental institution, essentially, or organization. I could be wrong about that, and if everybody knows that for sure, do you let me know? But his take, I disagree with vehemently. Neither, in my opinion, having Canada, Kenya, or any other outside nation go into Haiti and get involved in regime change, I'm super opposed to. What was I going to respond to in chat? I saw something in chat I was going to say, and I can't remember now. Probably because a bunch of other chats went by, and now I don't know where I was. I had a response for a thing. My show is amazing, and it's going to take time. Well, I really appreciate that one. I don't think that's what I was going to respond to, but I'm seeing that right now, and I really appreciate you, Pitchforks, for that. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I wanted to go back to something we were talking about before, with the fact that we haven't gotten to Gaza yet and like all this other stuff. Most people here won't know this because it's a private channel that I created for myself just to keep a list. But in Discord, I have a to-do list for myself where I'm like kind of going back and forth. Like I put something in there, you know, add a few things and then try and knock them out. Haven't been super successful at all of them, but one day, I think a few days ago, maybe like last week even, like I just for myself, just to give myself a laugh, I put a to-do list item in there, and it was just add more hours to the day, because I genuinely wish I could do streams long enough that I could cover all the fucking atrocities with as much fervor and like detail as I do everything, right? Or well, not everything, but like for instance, like with Gaza, or like lately with I'm trying to get more on with the Haiti situation as well, because it's serious, and we can't allow one tragedy to completely allow us to forget other things that are happening. And there's like for instance, I wanted to talk about Sudan today. Can't do it. I don't have the time. But it's on my list, and hopefully I'll get to it. Yeah, it's just not enough fucking time in the day. It's somehow very it's restrictive is what it is. I don't appreciate it. Oh shit, I gotta plug my phone in. Hold on one second, chat. That was a near disaster. Okay. What is next on my list? Okay, we got through Haiti. Now, let's talk about Russia and Ukraine. You're getting blocked out of Discord because you're drunk? And you can't prove that you're not a robot? I'm pretty sure you're not a robot, pal. If you are a robot, great job. Really, really good job. AI is further along than I thought. But we already watched a video that showed that AI is a little further along than I thought. So, you know what? I'm sus. I'm sus of you right now, Pitchforks. I think you might be a robot. Just kidding, pal. I'm sure you're a human, don't have an existential crisis. Yes, Ukraine, Russia. That's right. I was distracted by that. Focus. Focus, Streamlord, focus. This is entitled, Ukraine attacks Russia's Belgrade region with missiles, officials say. From the Associated Press. Go web go.
Передо мной только что машина взорвалась. На этом самом я. Градами опять обстреляли.
I forgot this one had... why, chat? Why do I suck at my job? Okay. Ukraine attacks Russia's Belgrade region. Russian officials say Ukraine fired at least 8 missiles in the Belgrade border region, killing 2 people and wounding 12. Videos posted on social media show a burning car on the road. The local governor says the driver died after his car was hit by shelling and exploded. The Russian Defense Ministry said their military had stopped an attempted Ukrainian cross-border incursion. It released video showing airstrikes and Ukrainian combat vehicles being destroyed. So, just in case anybody in chat here is unfamiliar with what this is a war. This is an actual war where both sides have a military and technology that are, you know, effectively to a degree equivalent. Not entirely, but you get what I'm saying here? Like, this is what a real war looks like, rather than what people have been calling a war in Gaza, which is a definite genocide. Or, I'm sorry, what did the UN say? A probable genocide? Either way, either probable or definite. According to the ICJ, making my own decision, as my eyes don't be lying. 100% an actual war. You know, it's bad. It's bad, but it's not a genocide. Still covering it because it's a problem. Not just because of the suffering and the destruction, but also geopolitically. Okay. Well, this next one is almost a joke, but it felt like we needed a laugh. So this this next piece is also from the Associated Press, and it's entitled, "Here are the candidates running against Vladimir Putin in Russia." Actually though, before that, I'm going to set this up just because it feels like the perfect time to do this plan I had. Here. Full size it, please. And, gotta remember my graphs are too small for you people. There we go. Okay. Now, just as a reminder, before we start watching this video, I wanted us to look at this little infographic. Well, not really infographic, it's a chart. You know, it's a, what do you call it? It's a histogram, if you will, of sorts. It's a little spreadsheet. So, Russia is ranked 144. We're back on Democracy Matrix again. I know we spent a lot of time on this, but I do feel it's an important context for most things, especially when you're talking about elections, which is what we're going to do in a second. So Russia's ranked 144 out of 176. There's 176 countries that are on Democracy Matrix's ranking system here, and they're in like the bottom 10%, or maybe a little bit higher than that, but it's not good, right? They are basically a full-on autocracy, just barely skirting it. and they are in a moderate autocracy with a ranking over not a ranking, but a score of 0.26, which is incredibly low. So let's, with that in mind, let's do this. This next video is entitled, Here are the candidates running against Vladimir Putin in Russia. Russia's President Putin has called on voters to turn out in elections due to begin Friday.
Aren't I a good guy?
It is necessary to reaffirm our unity and determination to move forward.
This is for 12 rules for life.
Each of your votes is valuable and significant. Therefore, I urge you to exercise your right to vote in the next 3 days. P.S. If you don't vote for me, oh, I'm coming for you, pal. I'm coming for you. That's what he's thinking. That's what he's thinking. The poll is expected to cement his grip on power. Any opposition figures who could have challenged him are either in prison or wait, what? Or out of the country? What did that say? Or exiled abroad, yeah. Independent media outlets that could show criticism of his policies have been blocked.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Independent media, wait, hold on. Independent media outlets that could show criticism of, oh, I've already read that one, okay. But he is not running unopposed. 3 other candidates have been approved by Russia's Election Commission.
Aren't I a good guy?
Leonid Slutsky of, oh, that's an unfortunate name, of the Russian Liberal Democratic Party. I can't get over his name. I can't get over his name. Sorry, I'm a child. I'm a child. I'm a child, and I deserve to be shamed. But I'm so sorry, but we gotta go back. Leon Slutsky? Come on. Leon Slutsky? He sounds like a freaking cartoon character, okay? This guy's made up. He's not real. There's no way anybody's named that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm gonna stop making fun. But that's quite the name. Vladislav Devankov of the New People Party. Finally, Nikolai Karitnov is representing the Communist Party. None of the candidates are expected to mount a serious challenge. No kidding. Are you being serious? They're not going to mount a serious challenge in an authoritarian form of government? That's mind-boggling.
Сильный кандидат от КПРФ, ну, прям мог бы совсем создать серьезные проблемы. И поэтому Кремль взял ситуацию под свой контроль и...
Anyway, this is not a serious video. Let's move on. I just figured it'd be kind of... Oh, what do you call it? It would just be amusing to look at it, because I think we all know that the elections in Russia are all but, what do you call it? Staged. What is next? Oh, I forgot I wanted to do this. So this is like a weird turn I decided to take, but we were talking about this earlier, and it ran across my feed, and for whatever reason I clicked it, and now we're all gonna watch part of it together. So enjoy this. And actually, before we do this, I'm gonna do another thing. Look at me doing things. Okay. Yeah. So, I don't know how well you can see all this, but these are two pictures that I pulled off the internet. And I think they're both from the AP. This is essentially the black map. The larger map you see here is a totality of Russia's advances in Ukraine since the beginning of the first invasion. As you can see down there, you can see Crimea at the very bottom. And so that was from 2015, 14? It was 2015. I think it was like the winter, like 2014 to 2015 is when they invaded the Crimea. Why do I always call it the fucking Crimea with a... Whatever. This other infographic to your left here, I'll pull into the middle now, is a picture of Avdiivka, which was recently taken by Russia. We discussed it on stream a few days ago. And the reason I brought this larger map up is just to see a visualization of where Russia currently is in the war, but also to give you context of where Avdiivka is. Because as you can see on this map, it's just north of Donetsk, which is, as you can see here, now under Russian control. Alright. This next video, which we're going to watch, like I said, is something of a departure from my normal stuff, but maybe not. Maybe it's just a what do you call it, an evolution. But this is a video from this channel called Kings and Generals, which do CGI recreations of battles. And this is the Battle of the Fall of Avdiivka. We're not going to watch the whole fucking thing, but whatever. It's happening. Buckle up. Go, Web, go. Why do you insist on thwarting all of my plans? I don't appreciate this at all. Don't start at the middle. I think it's like right here. Yeah.
Gains in Donbass in February.
Super. I know. It's Wait, what's that? Your dog shit at understanding Discord. Yeah, we don't all have to be good at Discord, okay? I'll be good enough for everybody. At least I'll try.
The Russian army still carries strategic momentum on the battlefield. They are attacking on the Zaporizhia, North Luhansk and Donbass fronts. They made significant gains in Donbass in February. Russia has been attacking Avdiivka since October and has been making only incremental progress until February, when they finally made the breakthrough they've been fighting for. At the beginning of the month, they captured the northern Dacha quarter of the town. On February 13th, the Russians severed Industrial Avenue, a key supply line between Avdiivka and its coke plant.
Now, just so nobody is confused, this up here, this coke plant, as they've put it, is actually a coal plant. Okay, coke. It's not either the fun coke or the coke you drink. It's the coke that you use to power things and whatnot. It's just another word for it, essentially.
It was reported that one of the main Ukrainian strongholds in the section, Zenith, was practically surrounded. At this point, the situation was getting increasingly dire for the Ukrainian units in Avdiivka. The Ukrainians were suffering from an extreme shortage of ammunition, thanks to American inaction and European slowness.
Now, this is something that I planned on pausing and talking about, because the United States failed Ukraine in this matter, in this moment, as this happened between, if you look up in your right-hand corner, February 1st through February 29th is when this all took place. And the United States could have, instead of been, you know, making combined, what do you call it, aid packages that are both Ukrainian and Israel, right, and causing slowdowns in aid for Ukraine by tying it to a genocide, and we could have actually helped our allies. And in this case, Israel has fucking screwed us, right? By having us divert all of our resources and all this other beyond the actual like support of genocide. We've literally screwed one of our allies in this particular circumstance by giving aid to people committing a genocide. Okay, just remember that when we start talking about the fact that Ukraine is, you know, being swallowed up by a completely different country.
To the New York Times report, the Ukrainians had been forced to ration their artillery shells, and in Avdiivka, this allowed the Russians to take advantage. Shell hunger had forced the Ukrainians to fire artillery only on large masses of attacking Russian soldiers. So instead, the Russians started attacking in very small infantry groups, and the Ukrainians simply could not afford to use their depleted shell reserves on them.
Exactly.
At the same time, the Russians carpet-bombed the Ukrainians in Avdiivka with their glide bombs. The Ukrainian command was forced to withdraw the 110th Mechanized Brigade from the Avdiivka sector, which had been defending it since October 10th due to losses. Instead, the 3rd Assault Brigade was brought in. But at this point, Ukrainian defenses were crumbling, and instead of pushing back the Russian forces and counterattacking, all the reinforcements could do was to protect the orderly withdrawal of as many...
Exactly, because in this situation, they're fucked. They're getting flanked on both sides. And if they don't pull back, they're going to be massacred, right? So, of course, without ammunition, they can't defend the position any longer, and they have to pull back. The only logical thing to do in that situation. And I know we're getting into freaking military tactics now, but it's just, I feel like this situation does sort of give us this look from literally from a bird's eye perspective as to what the implications of American foreign policy are, right? Because it's directly related to this one situation we're looking at. There's a bunch of them, but just decided to do one. You know, I had restraint.
Ukrainian soldiers as possible. On February 17th, the Russian army completed the capture of Avdiivka, after taking control over the remaining supply lines into the town. Most Ukrainian soldiers managed to get out of Avdiivka, but a few hundred are estimated to be captured by the Russians or have gone missing. After almost 5 months of fighting, and after losing hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles, Russia finally captured Avdiivka. Nationalist Russian military blogger Andrei Morozov, who a few days after making this statement committed suicide, claimed that the Russian army lost 16,000 men in the battle for Avdiivka KIA. But even though it was
wow, that sounds real sketchy.
A costly victory for the Russians, it was a victory nonetheless. Lack of artillery shells for the Ukrainians, the air superiority the Russians managed to achieve, particularly towards the end of the battle, the fact the Russians managed to go through Ukrainian fortifications by using tunnels, and the numerical advantage that they had are among the main reasons behind the capture.
But you notice the first one is an artillery shells shortage. And the problem with the second one, Russian air superiority, the way for America to help with that is for the fucking Air Force to go in there, and that's when World War III starts. And that's why I'm going to continue to sit here and say we can't do that yet. But it's just, this whole situation's fucking crazy. So, felt like we just genuinely needed to look slightly more in depth in Ukraine than we have been. So I hope you all enjoyed that random departure into military battles. Okay, next thing. This is actually something that somebody suggested to me in the Discord, as I see you all as being part of this news team, so I try my best to at least look through your suggestions in the channel I've given you all to make suggestions on breaking news events. This is from... Wait, why are these out of order in my playlist? Oh, you bastard. You're a right bastard.
Of Avdiivka.
Hold on, chat. Sorry. I have to make a slight altercation here. Don't do that. There we go.
In the following
Nope, stop
days,
that.
the Russians pushed on to capture.
No, you stop that. We've seen enough. Reload.
But even though it was a costly victory for the Russians, it was a victory nonetheless. Lack of artillery shells for the Ukrainians, the air superiority the Russians managed to achieve, particularly...
Jesus Christ. Well, my system isn't flawless, I'll say that much. Okay. This next video, at least it better be, is from DW News. This is on Portugal, where far-right party Chega gains popularity in polls ahead of elections.
Portugal is preparing for elections, and a far-right party is expected to make gains. Chega, meaning enough, is campaigning against immigration and corruption. The party is riding high in the polls, although mainstream politicians have ruled out working with it in any future coalition.
In 2019, Portugal's far-right populist party Chega won just over 1% of the vote. Now, party leader André Ventura's public appearances resemble those of a rock star, and the party's polling at over 20%. The recipe for success? A young team that reaches millions on social media. The message is simple. Portugal is in danger from corrupt politicians and illegal migrants.
I understand that some people don't like our voice in the political discussion, but we're actually concerned with the well-being of all people. It's obvious that the current strategy of welcoming everyone into this country without any control is leading to a constant decline.
I'm pretty sure Portugal just doesn't let anybody in their country. That's my guess. This woman sounds completely unhinged.
In our living standards.
A few kilometers away, in Lisbon's Martim Moniz district, the rise of the far right has become cause for concern. The number of migrants is particularly high here. Some have lived in Portugal for a long time and have their own businesses. But in recent years, thousands of undocumented migrants have settled here too. Many of them live on the streets, leading to some discussion among longtime residents.
I've got no problems with them. We're all the same in the end. Migration is good, that's a fact. But at the moment, it's just become too much. It's complete.
Honestly, Germany's got their own problems with the situation in terms of how they're dealing with immigration, and it feels like DW in this case is really kind of feeling sympathetic with Portugal in this situation, rather than trying to look at it in a more reasonable and fair-minded way. They seem to actually be kind of on the side of these crazy right-wingers. And well, you know, hey, DW, Germany, not gonna say anything more than that, but you make your own conclusions. But we're gonna continue with DW because they're the ones who I found first on all of this, essentially, when I was going through this topic. And I honestly, I listen to DW a lot, regardless of whether or not I agree with them. Like, I feel like they do a lot of like on the ground reporting and other crap like that, so you can kind of see things from that perspective, sort of a first hand, if you will, quote unquote, perspective. But this next one is from 3 days ago, where not the Chega party won, but Portugal's right-wing party that's slightly less right-wing than the extremist right-wing party won a slim victory.
Out of control.
To Portugal now, where the center-right Democratic Alliance has claimed a victory in a tightly contested general election. The Socialist Party, who have ruled for the past 8 years, have conceded defeat. But a surge in the far right has left the country facing an uncertain political future, with no party claiming a majority.
After 8 years in power, the Socialist Party is conceding defeat. Candidate Pedro Nuno stepped up to congratulate the victors.
Everything indicates the Socialist Party will not get the most votes. So I want to congratulate AD for its victory.
The AD stands for Democratic Alliance. The center-right party, headed by Luis Montenegro, is set to lead the government. Montenegro ran on a platform that promised tax cuts for companies in the middle class and a voice to unite Portugal.
The Socialist Party.
Well, it's not the only place, but it's certainly, you know, certainly a problem on its own. But there's multiple examples of this where right-wing leaders in honestly all over the world, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, it's problematic, and we gotta somehow combat it. Hopefully, at least looking at it, being aware of what's happening out there will help some minute way. Oh, good to see you all showing up here. Jeez, wasn't even paying attention to chat. A lot of people back. Oh, good for Gabby. Good to see you. Public utility. Yep. Morbius is back. Sorry, I got distracted by by everything. I haven't been looking at chat very much. Just trying to get my way through all this stuff. It's already 2 o'clock. Oh, by the way, Gabby, I tried messaging you, but yeah, hit me up on Discord. All right, what's next? Done with Portugal. God. This is an unfortunate story. This is a BBC News piece entitled, "At least 60 die of hunger and dehydration on Mediterranean migrant boat." This is tragic.
At least 60 people are reported to have died trying to cross the Mediterranean from Libya. Around 25 people were rescued from the overcrowded inflatable, saying the engine cut out 3 days into the crossing, leaving them drifting without food or water. The survivors are being taken to Italy. Nick Beek is in Brussels with the very latest. Nick, another tragedy, it seems, in the Mediterranean.
Yes, some really distressing details here, Clive. The vessel was actually spotted by a French charity that tries to rescue people at sea, and they released this video in which you see the 25 survivors. They said they'd been at sea for a week. They were then taken to a bigger rescue vessel. They were given blankets and other sort of support, and it was at this point that they said that during the course of their voyage, some 60 of their fellow passengers had actually died from hunger and dehydration along the way, including a baby and her mother. Tonight, the survivors are still at sea, hoping to be able to make their way to Italy. Now, I've been talking to the European Union's border agency Frontex, and they've confirmed to me tonight that one of their aircrafts, on the day that this vessel set off, that they actually spotted a vessel overcrowded with more than 50 people on board. This was within Libya's international zone of rescue, and so Frontex is saying that they contacted the Libyan authorities, also the Italian authorities.
It is disgusting that people want to play hot potato with boats full of people. It is so, like, it breaks me inside. Like, the lack of humanity, like, in this the sort of the blatant disregard for human life. Oh, it's very frustrating. Okay, that's all we're gonna do on that. I just wanted to make us aware of the what's happening. Like, 2 people who are attempting to migrate and are being forced to take drastic and dangerous measures just to survive. And in some cases, they don't. And this next stuff is yeah. But yeah, Moanope is correct, Gabby. You should totally check your Discord, because I tried to text you on Discord, So I have an important question for you, because I think that the thing happened yesterday, but I just want to be 100% sure about that. So, yeah, definitely check that. And for anybody who hasn't, definitely consider joining the Galactic Newsroom Discord, where we discuss all sorts of matters, politics and otherwise. But now we are going to move forward into Gaza. And I decided to do it completely, or almost completely, chronologically. And so we're going to start off with this video from a day ago of Itmar Ben-Gvir telling Defense Minister Gallant to launch war on fucking Lebanon. Sorry, Middle East Eye didn't put fucking in their title. I just added it as an editorial. The army is your responsibility. What are you waiting for? More than 100 missiles, 100 launches on the state of Israel, and you sit quietly. Stop releasing Abu Ali videos and let's start reacting, attacking war now. For fuck's sake. Beyond sick. I think I know what you're talking about, and I agree. Sorry you say this. I don't know why you say sorry. You say what you want to say. Alright, this next video, real quick. This is Daniel Levy on LBC Radio discussing U.S.'s plan for a seaport in Gaza. Let's see what he thinks about it. There you go.
What do you make of this latest move, this seaport?
I feel it's a rather pathetic addition to the existing pathetic policy of the administration, because why are we talking about a seaport?
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Jordan Peterson is actually right for once about this. That was complete. That was nonfiction, people. That's reality.
I don't want reality.
I don't care, Mark Mullins, because that shit is just factual truth. So let's hear it again.
I feel it's a rather pathetic addition to the existing pathetic policy of the administration, because why are we talking about a seaport? We saw these airdrops, really a drop in the ocean, sometimes literally, in terms of what is needed, given the scale of suffering, starvation, destruction that has been wrought by the Israeli military assault on Gaza. But the talk of this seaport is, first of all, because Israel is not allowing the necessary humanitarian aid in through the existing border crossings. But the reason you need that aid to come in, whether it's through border crossings or through seaports that will have to be constructed, have to be defended in an active war zone, is because the destruction continues, despite the overwhelming doesn't even get close evidence of the extent to which Israel has not taken Palestinian civilian life seriously. 90% displaced, most of the housing stock destroyed, all the infrastructure destroyed, 30,000 people plus, 12,000 children, no shelter, terrible humanitarian conditions. And all of this is made possible, and this is the incredible disconnect, all of this is made possible by American weaponry.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I mean, the basic argument for supporting Israel...
What's happening over here? Dan Levy's smart. You're skirting it, bad lefty. But I see you. I see you. And I do see what you're saying. If you want to check it out, search for the Portland Polycule Commune Cult. I don't know what that's referring to, but that sounds interesting. What am I doing next? Ah, yes. Okay. This next video is from Middle East Eye, is it? Yeah. And this is former U.S. Ambassador Chaz Freeman discussing Israel's values, if you will.
I mean, the basic argument for supporting Israel has been, first, we share values. Well, Israel is demonstrating the values of the Ku Klux Klan, and I don't share those values. And second, I mean, basically what's going on in Gaza is a mass lynching. It's totally extrajudicial, illegal, and brutal, and utterly inhumane. And the second reason is supposedly that Israel is a strategic asset. But I have never heard anyone describe what it does for us other than get us in trouble. So I think this is a moment in which the Israelis have made a huge mistake because, the question they used to pose was, does Israel have a right to exist? Which is a rather strange question because it does exist. I don't know of other countries that run around asking whether they have a right to exist. But I think that question is being replaced now in much of the world by, does Israel deserve to exist? Can the world really maintain normal relations with a country that behaves in utter disregard of international law and in a completely inhumane fashion?
It is so crazy to hear a former U.S. ambassador talk like that. It's like one of the most base videos I feel like we've seen on this stream. This dude just came in there and said, oh, yeah, Israel, they're basically the Ku Klux Klan. They are committing a mass lynching in front of everybody. Based. Okay, focusing back in here. You have Discord again, fellow? Well done. Very well done. What's next? Oh, this is an Al Jazeera video from about 22 hours ago, and it's entitled "The Art of Resistance: Keeping Traditions Alive Under Israeli Oppression." Wait, what's happening?
I'm Anna Foster here in.
Why is this out of order? Wait, did that get taken down? What is happening? Okay, take it all back. This is a BBC News video. Fuck you. Okay, Israeli military says it will move displaced civilians in Gaza to quote-unquote humanitarian islands. Oh, sounds like a vacation.
Jerusalem now. Israel has said that it plans to move displaced Palestinians from Rafah at the southern tip of the Gaza Strip into what it's calling humanitarian islands in the central strip ahead of any military ground offensive that would happen in Rafah. Now, this has been reported this morning by the Associated Press. Not a huge amount of detail of what those humanitarian islands would look like or how exactly they would work, but Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari is quoted as saying that they would have temporary housing and they would have aid for something like 1.4 million Palestinians who are currently in Rafah at the moment. As I say, it's right at the very southern end of the Gaza Strip. It's where more than half of the population is now sheltering.
Sorry, I just got a freaking notification. I gotta go back. Sorry, chat.
Press. Not a huge amount of detail of what those humanitarian islands would look like or how exactly they would work, but Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari is quoted as saying that they would have temporary housing and they would have aid for something like 1.4 million Palestinians who are currently in Rafah at the moment. As I say, it's right at the very southern end of the Gaza Strip. It's where more than half of the population is now sheltering. And it's a place
Oh
where
my
Israel
God.
has
I haven't seen a recent-ish photo of it, but it is out of control. Dude, it's like, it's a terrible comparison. Okay. But it just feels like if someone forced, no. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop with my pop culture references. My point is this is fucking insane. What is this shit? Why is this acceptable that all these people have been forced in here to be actively homeless against their will? It's disgusting.
That it needs to carry out a military ground offensive because it says that in order to achieve its stated aim of fully removing Hamas from Gaza, the only way to do that is to target Hamas's remaining surviving leadership, and they are believed to be in and among those civilians who are sheltering in Rafah now. Now, of course, this remains an operation which has questions attached to it. Certainly the use of the word islands is an interesting one because the central part of the Gaza...
Rafah was supposed to be like an island. They didn't use that word, but they're like, that's the safe place. Go there. Well, now they gotta switch it because they haven't completely destroyed Rafah too. Is that what we're to accept?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yep.
Has been left severely damaged by months of Israeli ground and air attacks. People who live there have left their homes. They'd be going back to those areas, but of course the buildings that they were living in, many of them are not left standing and are not habitable anymore, which is why you see down in Rafah those thousands and thousands of tents that people are living in. The flow and supply of aid is very limited. Of course, Rafah is the main route by which aid gets into Gaza at the moment by road, and there's continuing pressure on Israel as well to try and actually increase the amount of humanitarian aid that's going in. Now, on those humanitarian islands, the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has said that he is yet to see a plan or details of a plan from Israel about how they would protect civilians during a military ground offensive in Rafah. But he also said that it was important to see a plan to make sure that civilians were moved out of harm's way.
I think we can all agree that this is a freaking nonsense idea that's just being thrown out there because Israel's run out of ideas to make themselves look like they're not committing a genocide. So now they've decided to come up with the nonsense term humanitarian islands. It's a completely new idea. Never heard it before in my entire life. Probably because they don't exist. Because Israel just made them up. Okay. Well, I'm not sure. I think some videos might have been taken down that I had in my list, so I'm not even sure what this one's next, so I'm gonna have to go ahead. Hold on, let me see. Okay, alright. Alright, this next video is from 10 hours ago, from Al Jazeera, entitled Palestinian Family Breaks Fast in Destroyed Gaza Home. And if you're not aware, there's supposed to be, there's like a number of rules that Muslims are supposed to abide by during Ramadan. I don't know all of them, but fasting is part of it. I think when they say fasting, I think it might mean multiple things, not just food. I'm pretty sure. This is where Mahmoud and his family are spending the month of Ramadan. Inside their almost completely destroyed house. Well, the house, what is left of it are 2 rooms. If it started raining, we'd only have 1 room. If it isn't raining, thank God, there are at least 2. The situation of the place is exactly what it looks like, just as how you see it with your eyes. Yeah, I'll be honest, it looks like less of a house and more like a pile of rubble. That's just me. It doesn't seem safe at all. I'm not sure how that thing is fucking standing right now. Oh, God. This is a place we can at least live in. It's better than the other places. It's better than the other places. I don't want to break this man down, but wow, that is just so sad. How can that be better than other places? I mean, granted, I think the other places they're just actual piles of rubble with no doorways or anything like that. So I guess he's got a point. It's just the worst point ever, I feel like. Their neighborhood was decimated by Israeli air attacks. This is what is left of the mosque they used to pray at next door. Interesting. They no longer hear the call to prayer, relying on their phones for when to to break fast. Amongst the rubble, the family eat I'm sorry, that's breaking me in my thinking. Using whatever ingredients they can find. It's true that the situation is hard. But we are living with what is available. In terms of flour and the nutritional ingredients. When you go to the market, you don't find anything. Families started growing their own vegetables in makeshift planters. I thought that's what that was. So it's just so depressing. Sorry, chat. But it is the Doomer Report after all here. Galactic News Network with the only the most recent atrocities. Alright. What is next? Ah, yes. So this was from 9 hours ago. President Mahmoud Abbas of Palestine appoints a new prime minister. I believe he's doing this in an attempt to help encourage, like, what do you call it? Confidence, I guess, in the Palestinian Authority government with Palestinians, as there's been a lot of lack of trust there. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has appointed his longtime economic advisor Mohammed Mustafa to be the next prime minister. It comes after the former Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Shtaya announced his resignation last month. The appointment comes amid U.S. pressure to reform the Palestinian Authority as part of Washington's post-war vision for Gaza. Okay. It's good to see that. They tricked me. Well, they didn't trick me, but they got in before I could stop it. So, everybody, you know what time it is. You can see them in front of your face. Nameen and Amy here. So this next clip, I'm not even going to break away from it, is a interview that Democracy Now! Did with Mehdi Hassan on genocide in Gaza, the silencing of Palestinian voices in U.S. media, and Trump's fascism.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. The death toll in Gaza has topped 31,300. At least 5 people were killed on Wednesday when Israel bombed an UNRWA aid distribution center in Rafah, one of the UN agency's last remaining aid sites in Gaza. The head of UNRWA called the attack a, quote, blatant disregard to international humanitarian law. This comes as much of Gaza is on the brink of famine as Israel continues to limit the amount of aid allowed into the besieged territory. At least 27 Palestinians have died of starvation, including 23 children. Meanwhile, Al Jazeera is reporting 6 Palestinians were killed in Gaza City when Israeli forces opened fire again on crowds waiting for food aid. Over 80 people were injured. In other news from Gaza, Politico reports the Biden administration has privately told Israel that the U.S. would support Israel attacking Rafah as long as it did not carry out a large-scale invasion.
Well, we begin today's show looking at how the U.S. media is covering Israel's assault on Gaza with the acclaimed TV broadcaster Mehdi Hassan. In January, he announced he was leaving MSNBC after his shows were canceled. Mehdi was one of the most prominent Muslim voices on American television. In October, the news outlet Semaphore reported MSNBC had reduced the roles of Hassan and 2 other Muslim broadcasters on the network, Ayman Moaldin and Ali Velshi, following the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. Then in November, MSNBC announced it was canceling Hassan's show shortly after he conducted this interview with Mark Regev, an advisor to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is an excerpt.
Completely unrelated, as we all know.
You say Hamas's numbers. I should point out, just pull up on the screen, in the last two major Gaza conflicts, 2009 and 2014, the Israeli military's death tolls matched Hamas's health ministry death toll. So, and the UN, human rights groups all agree that those numbers are credible. But look, your wider point is true.
Can I challenge that? Will you allow me to challenge that, please? Can I just challenge that? I'd like to challenge that. I'll try to be as brief as you are, sir. Those numbers are provided by Hamas. There's no independent verification. And secondly, more importantly, you have no idea how many of them are Hamas terrorists, combatants, and how many are civilians. Hamas would have you believe that they're all civilians, that they're all children. And here we have to say something that isn't said enough. Hamas, until now, we're destroying their military machine, and with that, we're eroding their control. But up until now, they've been in control of the Gaza Strip. And as a result, they control all the images coming out of Gaza. Have you seen one picture of a single dead Hamas terrorist in the fighting in Gaza? Not one. Is that by accident, or is that because Hamas can control the information?
You asked me a question
coming out of
and you
Gaza.
said you would be brief. I haven't, you're right, but I have seen lots of children with my own lying eyes being pulled from the rubble.
Because they're the pictures Hamas wants you to see.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
You've killed children, or do you deny that?
No, I do not. I do not. First of all, you don't know how those people died, those children.
Oh, wow.
Now, I don't want reality.
Mehdi Hassan responded, interviewing Netanyahu advisor Mark Regev on MSNBC. Soon after MSNBC announced that he was losing his shows. Since leaving the network, Mehdi Hassan has launched a new digital media company named Zeteo. Mehdi, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. I want to start with that interview you did with Regev after you lost your two shows, soon after. Do you think that's the reason those shows were canceled? Interviews like that?
You would have to ask MSNBC, Amy. And Amy, Nermeen, thank you for having me on. It's great to be back here after a few years away. Look, the advantage of not being at MSNBC anymore is that I get to come on shows like this and talk to you all. You should get someone from MSNBC on and ask them why they cancel the shows, because I can't answer that question. I wish I knew. But there we go. The shows were cancelled at the end of November. I quit at the beginning of January because I wanted to have a platform of my own. I couldn't really spend 2024, one of the most important news years of our lives, genocide in Gaza, fascism at the door here in America with elections. Couldn't really spend that being a guest anchor and a political analyst, which is what I was offered at MSNBC while I was staying there. I wanted to leave. I wanted to get my voice back, and that's why I launched my own media company, as you mentioned, called Zeteo, which we've done a soft launch on, and we're going to launch properly next month. But I'm excited about all the opportunities ahead. The opportunity to do more interviews like the one I did with Mark Regev.
So, Mehdi, could you explain Zeteo? First of all, what does it mean? And what is the gap in the U.S. media landscape that you hope to fill? You've been extremely critical of the U.S. media's coverage of Gaza, saying quite correctly that the coverage has not been as consistent or clear as the last time we saw an invasion of this kind, though far less brutal, which is the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Absolutely. And I'm going to struggle to pause through this interview, to be perfectly honest. Partly because I didn't wind up watching the whole thing, as I was somewhat just doing like a million things today. But also just because I know for a fact that Mehdi is just going to say exactly what I'm going to say, but he's going to sound way smarter when he does it. So I feel like I'm just going to keep watching this for a little bit without interjecting, at least for a second.
Great question. So on Zeteo, it's an ancient Greek word going back to Socrates and Plato, which means to seek out, to search, to inquire.
I knew it. I knew he was going to be smarter than me. Socrates and Plato? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to keep up with that, Mehdi? Jesus Christ.
Coverage has not been as consistent or clear as the last time we saw an invasion of this kind, though far less brutal, which is the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, it's a great question. So on Zeteo, it's an ancient Greek word going back to Socrates and Plato, which means to seek out, to search, to inquire for the truth. And at a time when we live in a, some would say, post-truth society, or people on the right are attempting to turn it into a post-truth society, I thought that was an important endeavor to embark upon as a journalist, to go back to our roots. In terms of why launch it and the media space, look, there is a gap in the market, first of all, on the left for a company like this one. Not many progressives have pulled off a for-profit, subscription-based business, media business. We've seen it on the right, with, Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire and Barry Weiss's The Free Press, and even Tucker Carlson has launched his own subscription-based platform since leaving Fox.
Jesus
and on the progressive space, we haven't really done it. Now, of course, there are wonderful shows like Democracy Now!, which are doing important, invaluable journalism on subjects like Gaza, on subjects like the climate. But across the media industry as a whole, sadly in the US, the massive gap is there are not enough I don't know how to put it, bluntly, truth tellers, people who are willing to say, and when I say truth tellers, I don't just mean, truth in a conventional sense of saying what is true and what is false. I'm saying the language in which we talk about what is happening in the world today. Too many of my colleagues in the media unfortunately hide behind lazy euphemisms, both sides journalism. The idea that you can't say Donald Trump is racist because you don't know what's in his heart. You can't say the Republican Party is going full fascist even as they proclaim that they don't believe in democracy as we conventionally understand it. We can't say there's a genocide in Gaza even though the International Court of Justice says such a thing is plausible. We run away from very blunt terms which help us understand the world. And I want to treat American consumers of news, global consumers of news, it's a global news organization which I'm founding, with some respect. Stop patronizing them. To tell them what is happening in the world.
I'm going to have to find this. I assume he's on YouTube, but maybe not.
Way.
So Mehdi, talk about this. I mean, in your criticism of the U.S. media's coverage, in particular of Israel's assault on Gaza, I mean, of course, you have condemned what happened, the Hamas attack in Israel on October 7th.
Yeah, I just found it. He's out there. It's Teo News. I just subscribed. I think it's him. Let me double check this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely him. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely recommend everybody go subscribe to that channel.
You've also situated the attack in a broader historical frame, and you've received criticism for doing that. And in response, you've said, context is not causation and context is not justification. So could you explain why you think context, history is so important, and the way in which this question is kind of elided in U.S. media coverage, not just of the Gaza crisis, but especially so now?
So I did an interview with Piers Morgan this week, and
oh no shit, you're scared of needles, pitchforks? Okay. Huh. Oh, it grosses you out. I see.
If you watch Piers Morgan shows, he always asks his pro-Palestinian guests or anyone criticizing Israel, condemn what happened on October 7th. It's all about October the 7th. And what happened on October 7th was barbarism. It was a tragedy. It was a terror attack. Civilians were killed. War crimes were carried out. Hostages were taken. And we should condemn it. Of course we should, as human beings, if nothing else. But the world did not begin on October the 7th. The idea that the entire Middle East conflicts, Israel-Palestine, the occupation, apartheid, can be reduced to October 7th is madness. It's not just me saying that. You talk to, leading Israeli peace campaigners, even some leading Israeli generals, people like Shlomo Brom, who talk about having to understand the root causes of a people under occupation fighting for freedom. And it's absurd to me that in our media industry, people should try and run away from context. My former colleagues, Ali Velshi and Ayman Mohyeldin, who Amy mentioned in the introduction, they were on air on October the 7th as news was coming in of the attacks, and they provided context because they're two anchors who really understand that part of the world. Ayman Mohyeldin is perhaps the only US anchor who's ever lived in Gaza. And they came under attack online from certain pro-Israel people for providing context. This idea that we should be embarrassed or ashamed or apologetic as journalists for providing context on one of the biggest stories in the world is madness. You cannot understand what is happening in the world unless you and I, unless journalists, broadcasters are explaining to our viewers and our listeners and our readers why things are happening, where forces are coming from, why people are behaving the way they do.
Oh my God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Keep acting as if the world just began yesterday.
Ask you about a piece in The Intercept. You also used to report for The Intercept. The headline in internal media.
Okay, if you want to watch the rest of the interview, I recommend you go to Democracy Now! And do so. It's certainly there for the taking. And, whoopsies. Oh, hello. On Space Lake here. Sorry about that. Phobias aren't typically rational. You're right. A dragon infestation. Yes, we're full of dragons in here. Or the backing of the dragons. I prefer the backing of the dragons. And what's interesting is I'm actually born in the year of the dragon, and this year is the year of the dragon. Think about it. It's all converging, chat. It's all converging. Sorry. That's enough of that. Let me focus back in. You're afraid of balloons? Is that a joke, Mo? Is that a joke, Mo? No, seriously. That can't be real. How? What part of balloons? Yeah, I'm just so confused right now. I almost can't move forward without knowing how that's even a thing. But I'm gonna move forward. Mostly because this next video is gonna be it's basically just gonna be fun. And honestly, don't thank me for this video. Thank Hassan, because Hassan, aka Hassanabi, had a certain individual I think everybody here is probably a pretty big fan of. At least I know I am. So let's watch this next video. And usually we don't even get to see this individual on this stream because I avoid using, well, and the fact is they're not small, but I just avoid using leftist streamers who I respect without their explicit permission, using their content essentially, unless they're actual like news organizations like Democracy Now, because they're just doing straight up fucking journalism and not content creation. So, but Hassan, for multiple reasons, I have no problem doing it. A, because he's told everybody, do what the fuck you want with my content. I make so much money, I don't give a shit. And two, because he makes so much money that I don't give a shit. So let's watch this next freaking clip. This is from like 12 hours ago.
One more opportunity to control,
Wait,
the oil of the nation.
Don't screw me, YouTube. All right, chat. Are you ready? Are you ready for this?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
To avoid.
Oh, you heard a
Oh,
voice.
there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a nightmare!
The real Uncle Sam, my real uncle. He's here with us on this joyous occasion.
Wow,
Well,
BCat shows up. It's like a can opener. She wasn't even in the chat, and she heard Sam Cedar's voice, and she's right back in here with us. It's so beautiful, and the timing is immaculate. I'm so proud of you.
really a joyous occasion, but it's a joyous
Amazing.
occasion when you're on. But the things that we will be talking
very
about,
excited.
the things that we're going to be talking about are not so joyous overall. So Sam, for those of you who don't know, it has a show called The Majority Report. I love The Majority Report with Sam and Emma and everyone else. Great show. Watch it all the time.
Chat, I gotta
big
pee.
Fan.
I'll be right
and
back.
I wanted to have Uncle Sam on because people were saying he was he's a Zionist, which I thought was very funny, but that's not the real reason why I'm having you on. It's been a while since I've had you on, and I wanted to just check in, see how you guys are doing over there.
It's a show right now. It's really, I mean, we're all doing fine on our show, but it's a really ugly time, and to have to watch this every day, it's just it's painful to see this type of suffering. That we, with our tax dollars, with our government, are enabling in many respects. And so that's difficult, but all things considered, we're doing okay.
A couple things I wanted to get started on. So given your background as a Jewish man who is an anti-Zionist himself, I wanted to ask you a couple things because I feel like you can speak to this issue as far as like the reception from the audience in a way that I cannot, given my background as someone who is Muslim. Like, I feel like there are a lot of people who are going to be more receptive considering your track record in the space, for how many years you've been engaging in commentary, and also being a professional speaker. I think that I just wanted to touch base on your perspective on some of these issues. Starting off with Jonathan Glazer's speech. Did you watch Zone of Interest?
I did.
He won, I think, Best Foreign Film.
Yeah, I think Best International.
Best International.
I mean, I don't watch
Okay,
the
I'm
Oscars
back.
as a rule, but I did.
I hope nobody's gonna be offended, but I'm gonna pull this back just a little bit so I can hear it all too, because I haven't. I just figured we would just watch it together, because like, why not? I feel like it's more fun that way. Soul Life's here now too. Look at that, everybody. And I gotta say, BCAT, your political spidey senses are clearly finely attuned. To be able to pick that up through the ether is an impressive task.
See his speech, obviously, it's clipped. And I mean, I certainly, the big part of his statement, which was, I think, by some people misconstrued and other instances like purposefully misconstrued, was that he had said, and I'm sort of paraphrasing, but he said, we stand here. Now, of course, the guy, he's just done, I think it was like a 7-8 year long project for him. Zone of Interest, could have even been 10, about Rudolf Hess's, based upon a novel about Rudolf Hess, who was the commandant of the death camp Auschwitz. And his family lived right next door to Auschwitz. And the film is really like a commentary on sort of the banality of evil, to use Hannah Arendt's title when she wrote about Eichmann, but about the living next there and how they just sort of live their lives, without. And so the he's steeped in this. And he said, we stand up here, I think he was talking for his producers, and refute our Jewishness and the Holocaust. And that's where, apparently some reporting put a period. But he said,
the Hollywood Reporter, I think, or no, Variety did that, which is...
I mean, we watched this, right? I think we looked into this exact thing, and it was just so gross the way that it was covered. They treated him like he was saying, the most ridiculous, and, you could certainly construe it as being anti-Semitic sort of a thing, but that's not what he said. They just cut him off in the middle of the sentence and reported that, and it seemed pretty intentional.
Insane. This is a premier establishment journalistic outlet for all things Hollywood.
God, did you just say that your dog ate scorpion peppers off the table? Wow. Wow.
That they would flub this quote, I don't think it's a mistake. I just
yeah, that's
I can't
fair.
Chalk this
I'm
up
sorry
as,
for laughing. I'm sorry for laughing, but I know how that goes. I've had dogs that eat literally everything. I had one dog who ate massive chocolate figures and lived for years, but would just eat anything. It was like a goat.
simple mistake. I think that they wanted to draw that out. This is a trade publication. That is what they wanted to draw out of that speech.
I mean, whether it was just incredible incompetence or nefarious, regardless, people ran with that. And the actual statement was, we stand up here and refute our Judaism and the Holocaust being used as a shield or a justification for, the onslaught, I don't know how he phrased it, in Gaza. And so the idea, and that's a sentiment, I mean, I think that, frankly, a lot of Jews in this country and around the world feel, I mean, you hear a lot of the protesters yelling, "Not in our name." That's what they're talking about, is that the idea of killing civilians and what Israel is doing is really fundamentally contrary to, I think, a lot of people's perceived ideas of Judaism.
Absolutely. And I know I've mentioned it before, but I'm going to say it again. As somebody who isn't Jewish but grew up with a lot of Jewish family, right? Who were through, it's complicated. Like me personally, I haven't done a DNA test, but I'm pretty damn sure I'm not Jewish in a genetic sense, but part of my family is. And I grew up going to bat mitzvahs and bar mitzvahs, and to think that I somehow hate my own family because I don't want to see a genocide, because I'm criticizing a nation state. It is so gross to me as a person. I get really, I get really upset, honestly. but I've heard it so much now. It's almost like feeling normal in this weird sort of dystopian sort of sense.
Yeah.
Aside, and certainly to see the Holocaust, which is, I went to Hebrew school 3 times a week as a kid, but Hebrew was about like number 3 or 4 on what we learned. We learned about the Holocaust. We learned about Israel. Then cultural things about Judaism. And when I went to Hebrew school, it was only 30 years out from the Holocaust. I mean, I was 10 in 1975. And so, I had teachers, Hebrew school teachers, with a number tattooed to their arm.
Yeah.
And the message of the Holocaust, at least that we were taught, was never again. But it wasn't just about Jews. It was supposed to be, never this type of wholesale slaughter. And so to see these things invoked as a defense or a justification for this genocide in Gaza is beyond the just sort of, I think, you don't need to be Jewish or religious or anything to find what's going on there abhorrent. But it's one more sort of indignity.
Yeah. I wanted to show you another thing from Variety. I'm going to share my screen with you right now so you can see what I'm seeing, at least. Here it is. This is the same Variety trade publication that claimed IDFA's artistic director apologized after protesters crashed opening night with...
Did you see? There's people, like, everybody in chat is going off. Like, every other chat is something about Sam Cedar. Half of them are misspelled, but it's fucking hilarious. To see the two worlds collide on Hassan's stream, I gotta say, it's really interesting. I'm kind of loving it. It's really great to have everybody here to watch it with as well.
Banner calling for destruction of Israel. Now, the banner that was calling for the destruction of Israel, of course, read, and this is back from November 10th, was, of course, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Now, obviously, discourse has changed from back then, but if you recall, this was around the same time when Rashida Tlaib was censured. But as a trade publication, they still went along with this narrative that, like, saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is actually calling for the death and destruction of Israel at a time when this was the hot button issue. So. Right. Just some ways in which I think even areas that you would not expect being political while using neutral language and objective reporting from a trade publication that is supposed to cover Hollywood, still making an assessment, making a statement, and showing bias, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I mean, without a doubt. You don't need it to see it just in the context of Hollywood.
The difference in their body language, and the thing is, I know both of these guys, not personally, but I've seen both of their streams enough that I know it's just normal body language for them. They both respect each other perfectly well, but it's just so funny to see how they differ in things. Like with Hassan, he's constantly scanning his screens, right? He's constantly looking at chat, always messing with something on his other monitor. And Sam is mostly just looking ahead at the camera because he's old school as fuck. It's just so funny to see them together. Okay.
Particularly, there may have been...
You have to clean... Did you literally just puke? What just happened? What the fuck? Oh, poor bad lefty. Hidden in top chat. That is depressing. Hashtag free bad lefty. And also, hashtag get pitchforks a goddamn mop over there. What is happening, chat? By the way, pitchforks, if you're taking shots for real, I would encourage you to not actually do it to the point of vomiting. That's just me personally. I prefer responsible drinking. And I know we've been doing it every time we watch a Democracy Now! Video, but it's really more of a joke than an actual suggestion. So, there's days we rewatch a lot of Democracy Now! Clips. I don't want anybody hurting themselves. I'm just going to put this out right now. And I hope I'm not somehow contributing to something.
There may be a slight change in tone in some of the news media, I think, as of late. But certainly at the beginning, and there's always been this sort of deference to Israel. And as someone who was steeped in this as a kid, it took a long time.
Thank you, Mono. I almost forgot about 3D women. Hashtag 3D women. Okay.
I think for me to be fully conscious of that, of just how, steeped it is. I mean, I always knew there was a bias, but I think like you're really seeing in this conflict, because everybody seems to be weighing in. I mean, you mentioned I've been doing this for a while. It's actually going to be the 20th anniversary of the Majority Report in like 2 or 3 weeks.
Wow.
And when we started it on radio, Janine Garofalo and I co-hosted the show. And
I remember when, that's how long I've been watching YouTube for and watching Majority Report. I remember when it was this one. That was some OG shit. And I remember, I think there was one before that as well, which was even more old school looking. I could be wrong.
I think we were one of the few, I mean, it's certainly even on the network, without a doubt, but anywhere on commercial media, I think we were one of the few outlets where we would regularly criticize Israel. It was not necessarily in
vogue.
It definitely wasn't in vogue, but
Wait,
my critique, I think, has gotten more sophisticated.
Am I losing my mind, or did Hassan just put a jacket on? He did. Okay,
Over the years. But we got a call the day after we said anything negative about Israel from the Israeli embassy, and they wanted to send the ambassador onto the show. A guy named, I think it was Pincus. And I think he ultimately did come on to the show and listen to our critique. I mean, I was very critical of Sharon and at that time and the occupation, broadly speaking. But I don't know that I had as much clarity on the history. I mean, I had a good friend who did a documentary about.
To be fair,
I love how Sam has like no broadcasting equipment at home. Like the sound quality and video quality between their two feeds is hilarious. Like Sam is using his laptop webcam and microphone. Meanwhile, I would wager that Hassan's using like a $3,000 computer setup at the very least.
Say this. What you're talking about is a time that literally predates the new historian era of Israeli history, I feel like, or was like right around the time when
that happened around in the 80s and 90s, but I wasn't, at that age.
Like
80s and 90s.
I gotta look more serious right now. I got Sam Cedar on here. I can't just be a. But the thing is, look at Sam. He's wearing a freaking t-shirt. It doesn't matter. Sam doesn't give a shit.
I'm still in my teens.
I feel like the most expensive thing that Sam wears on a day-to-day basis is those fucking, like, that one pair of glasses that he wears. Like, they're probably nice glasses, And then everything else he wears is just, he just doesn't, I don't think he cares. I genuinely don't think he cares. Like, he's been married just once, right? But like now he's got a girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have to impress anybody with his clothes.
Early 20s, and I wasn't, but I had a friend, a guy named Benny Bruner, and you can see his documentary he did. He was Israeli, I want to say Dutch, and he did the documentary that is available, or he's done many, but one which really struck me was called The Great Book Robbery. And it's a documentary about trying to establish that there was, in fact, the land was not empty. There was there was a Palestinian culture. There was a Palestinian civilization.
Yeah. Yep.
They had, and he makes that case through all the books, Palestinian books that were stolen and are actually stored in a subterranean level in the Israeli National Library. And
wow.
You really can't go in.
I didn't even know that.
It was very enlightening to me because as a kid, you're taught like the land was.
That's interesting. I had no idea about that. But oh wait, what was he saying? Shit. I wanted to say something that was about what he said right before that. Fuck. Damn it, Sam. Why do you have to make so many good points in such a short period of time? What was he saying before this?
Documentary about trying to establish that there was, in fact, the land was not empty. There was no.
Oh, right. That's what I was going to say. So, like, we've watched on the stream, I think like a couple weeks ago now almost. It was like a while back. But we watched Thanks to, who was it that gave it to me? I think Moa Noep is actually the one who directed me in this footage. And we found this footage of 1800s Palestine, and it looks it looked like Europe, you know? Like, there was certainly some geographical differences that made it look slightly different, for sure, but, like, cobblestone streets, beautiful, like, architecture everywhere. It was gorgeous. They had they had, like, a whole train, like a railroad and all this other. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? I feel like it's a...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Like you know, like I feel like it's some sort of a weird dream, like when I was watching it. But yeah. Anyway,
there was a Palestinian culture. There was a Palestinian civilization. They had, and he makes that case through all the books, Palestinian books that were stolen and are actually stored in a subterranean level in the Israeli National Library that you really can't go in and see. It was very enlightening to me, because as a kid you're taught like the land was empty, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, for a what is it? For a people without land, for a land without people, or land without people for a people without land.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, my critique has evolved over the time. Like I don't, you know, I mean, I think you saw this exchange I had the other day on my show. I never labeled myself a Zionist, although I think, you know, maybe, I don't know that I was ever a Zionist. You know, different people had maybe draw the distinctions at different points. But I never labeled myself an anti-Zionist, because I don't feel like I have to participate in this concept. I believe in democracy, and I believe in human rights. And I believe that if you're occupying, you know, land illegal, it's illegal. And
you know, with all of that bidet and seed money, you'd think Sam would have a better microphone / like stream setup for home for moments like this, right? Because I've seen him do stuff from home, and whenever he streams from home, the difference in quality is so much that, like, I feel like this weird sensation inside, like, what am I looking at? Like, I thought Sam knew how to stream, but seriously, Sam, I know that you're not listening to this, but I mean, sure, maybe it's partly due to the internet, but it's not, though, right? Because Sam, I feel like he's not that big of a technology guy. He doesn't. There's so much stuff I feel like Sam doesn't care about, and I feel like that list includes technology, and therefore his setup at home is it's non-existent. It would cost so little, and then we could all benefit from it. Like, for instance, when they do like late night streams for debates and shit. I mean, come on. he always sounds like he's in like some sort of portal trying to connect through like time and space across the galaxy. Sounds worse than I do. Paying for his kid's college. Fair point, PCAT. Totally fair point. I hear that's expensive. I do hear that's expensive.
I believe in the concept of settler colonialism, and you can make an assessment. So I think to the extent that I've been called an anti-Zionist, it's more by people who call themselves Zionists. But I don't have a problem with it being called an anti-Zionist. But it's not something that I spend time identifying myself with, because frankly, rhetorically, I don't find it particularly effective. And if it's not effective in me helping change people's minds, then I don't employ that type of stuff. But it's been a very clarifying time where people stand, and surprising in some instances too, to be honest with you.
Do you mind elaborating on your own personal journey? I've talked about mine as far as like overcoming national mythology and nationalistic myths that you learn from an early age as someone who's Turkish, who grew up in Turkey, who was a product of both the private and public education system in Turkey. I have talked about my understanding of the Armenian genocide and what was taught to me, how my opinion on it evolved from an early age despite the attempts of indoctrination. And I was wondering if...
Totally. I miss Ken and Ken too. It was a really funny premise. I feel like it's what spawned things like Nation of Islam, Obama, right-wing Mandela, and some of many of the Majority Report watchers' favorite old sort of impressions of Michael. You bet your phone streams better. That's what I'm saying. So that's all I'm fucking saying. And B-Cat's right. He's got to pay for the kids' college, but I mean, I feel like he could set it up for like $100, like $200. If he's able to do what he's doing right now, he could improve it with literally like $200 by like 10x.
Because I think there's a very good parallel there with respect to the Nakba and also Israel's ongoing occupation as an apartheid regime, the way that this has evolved into full-blown fascism, in my opinion, in the words not just of mine, but also a friend of both of our shows, Dr. Ofer Kasif. I think that it could be illuminating for people who are on their own journey of self-reflection and education, for those who are maybe on like the precipice of understanding despite indoctrination from their schooling.
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, I'm 57. So I
doesn't show.
When well, thank you. I appreciate that. When I was in elementary school, I mean, I went for Hebrew education 3
So
days a
many
week
boomer
after
emotes. You see all the fucking boomer emotes going by. Oh my god, there must have been about 30 of them.
regular, public school until probably I think I was like I think I went through most of high school even, and Reform Jew, and people 30 years out, I mean, we're still very much steeped in the Holocaust, and the idea of Israel that I was taught was a plucky sort of like David and Goliath story, and Israel surrounded on all sides by its enemies, and how much the Arabs hated the Israelis and the Jews, and it was presented as if this was a sort of like an eternal struggle of religion, and that the only thing that really saved the Israelis was their sort of like superior will, and they were lucky because their enemies were not terribly smart. Like I just remember being taught this story about the Golan Heights, about how like the Israelis had.
Plus, you can't tell me Sam doesn't have a few extra bucks with all those sweet like promos, all the THC and the and I almost forgot all that sweet Hugo money. Come on, he doesn't have enough money for a microphone. Get the fuck out, chat.
Spies who convinced the Syrians to grow.
Wait, what are we
trees
guessing?
on the
What's happening here? I see guesses happening in chat. What's the question? How many hours you think you've been awake? Oh, how Bad Lefty's been awake for 67 hours. Bad Lefty, you need help. You need help. And I wish I could give it to you. But this is all I can do. Well, I guess you want me to do it like an ASMR stream? I could whisper in your ear.
Heights because it would provide shade when they were fighting, and so the Israelis knew where to fire their weapons. I don't know how that story worked, but this is, you hear it as a child.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of questioning, like, wait, how did the Jews get there? Or like, how many, like, it was all just the Holocaust happened. The UN said, here's Israel. And then the Arabs were mad because they don't like Jews. There was no sort of material analysis of like, hey, wait a second. How did they, we were told it was just a desert. And they came in and they created irrigation. They grew stuff and
turned the desert into a fertile land or whatever.
Exactly. And I was 15 or 16.
I think that's actually a very plausible reason, B-Cat. It looks like it's filmed on potato, but if it were you wouldn't have that nice of a setup to have an excuse not to work from home. And knowing Sam's sort of vibe, like, that actually kind of makes sense.
My Hebrew class.
Like, he works hard, but he also wants to have fun on the weekends, Not me, Streamlord, just here for the news. Every day, all day.
The summer to Israel, which is like a confirmation class program. And we traveled up and down the country. We worked at a kibbutz for a period of time. And we were it was in 1982. And at one point, and I feel like it was early on, I can't remember exactly, but I feel like it was early on in the summer. We were up in Caesarea, and we were in the ruins of this like Colosseum, and we saw dozens of attack helicopters going low across the Mediterranean north. And we're like, what's going on? I mean, it looked like something was going on. I mean, because Israel, everybody, you had soldiers, everybody, they carry their guns around, and you get used to that, after a while. But like this was something different. And within, I don't know how much time it was, not long. Maybe we got into the bus, or I can't remember. We found out that Israel had attacked Beirut. And I just remember I was crying about it. I got into an argument with my rabbi because prior to then, it was a preemptive war in '67, but it was being sold like it was imminent, and the Israelis just got the jump. The idea was that it's the Israeli Defense Forces. They don't start wars of choice. That's not what Israel does. And
it's crazy how sometimes as a child you witness history and you don't even quite know it. I feel like that's happened to me on a couple occasions. It seems like everybody in chat is having trouble sleeping. I also have a weird time having a consistent sleep schedule myself. And Pitchforks is making a great point here. If we can turn Mars into fertile farmland, how come we can't turn desert into one? It's a great point.
That was my whole sense, and I think that was probably the beginning of me becoming increasingly more skeptical and curious as to like, how did this form? And I went to college, and there was really not much, for whatever reason. I don't know. It was not. I don't remember studying much about it in college, but I was aware, I think, through the first Intifada, that this was. I mean, things felt like they were changing maybe a little at that time, and then I remember when Sharon went on the Temple Mount and basically basically lit a fire, and became increasingly critical of Israel during that time. And I think the Bush administration was the first administration where I became aware that they were, and probably through interviews I was doing with people on the show, that they were not fulfilling the role that the U.S. had in the past, which was to sort of like pull Israel's worst inclinations back from the brink. But we're instead sort of like pushing them, like giving your, not just pulling the keys away from your drunk friend, but handing them the keys. Despite the fact that you bought the car for them in the first place. And for, by, the Obama era, it was, I would talk about Israel to some extent. To some extent, it was farmed out to Michael Brooks, who was, by the time we got into like the end of the Obama administration, was hosting the show once a week. And he was, had studied foreign policy and was much more, I think, sort of engaged in it. And I think to a certain extent, I had just basically given up on Israel and my disposition.
I feel like for years, like in terms of political comedy, like I drew from Michael Brooks every week. I was like, he was just this unending, just, God, it's just so annoying that he's gone. And that's my take on it. Because I really do feel like we could use a voice like Michael's in this whole situation. I'm not going to sit here and reminisce too hard.
Was basically, I mean, I remember distinctly having arguments about this with, because among Jews and on like email groups I'm on, this would come up. This is sometimes the biggest like political difference I would have with people who in many other ways were, progressives or, liberals or
progressive
whatever.
except Palestine.
Yeah. And I mean, I distinctly remember the argument I would take with some of these people is like, you're the one who's endangering Israel, the existence of Israel, because this cannot go on. The Democratic Party, it was clear, like to me, like when Tim Kaine refused to go see Netanyahu speak in Congress. I was like, if Tim Kaine's doing this, you guys have a problem. And because Israel is going to become increasingly isolated, and 10, 15 years from now, you're going to have the Christian Zionists in this country. But if a Democrat is in power, they're going to lose their funding, and they're going to get increasingly isolated, and it's going to be like a South Africa type of situation, except for they won't take that off ramp.
Well, it turns out they showed you by being like, nope, unconditionally in support of Israel, actually, as the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I think that we are now at the
Turning
apex of that support.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
I think
absolutely.
we will never have a Democratic administration that will even come remotely close to how the Biden administration is acting. I think, Biden, I think I don't know why, but has some unique, you saw that story in The Internationalist.
I think we know why. We looked at the graph earlier today, and I'm sure I feel like there's no way Sam doesn't know this. So maybe he's just interpreting it differently than I am. I just fucking closed the window 2 seconds ago. It's kind of pissing me off that I'm now talking about it. Or I'd bring it back up. But just stick with me here, chat, because I think most of you are probably here for it. We looked at the graph of like the list of all the names and the amounts of money that people have received from pro-Israel lobby groups. And Biden beats everybody on the list by at least twofold. He has received over $5 million from pro-Israel lobby groups since 1990. And in my estimation, that can't be a coincidence in the way that he's fucking not dealt with this situation. He's just laissez-faire to genocide. And maybe I'm just making a bold correlation or whatever you want to call it, but that's just what I see.
In this book by Alex Ward, maybe? Have you heard the story?
Menachem Begin?
That Begin told, and you probably recount.
Right click, open, close tab. You really want to see the graph? Okay, no, I'll do it. I'll do it. Hold on. If it would really make you feel better. Hold your horses. Just gonna move this for you. Bring this over here. Full screen that bitch. Let's go over here now. Wait, why have you forsaken me? Don't do this. Don't do this. Okay, that's good enough. Right, so here, can you see it? Is it big enough? That's what she said. He said? That's what he said. This is it. This is from opensecrets.org. Following the money in politics, pro-Israel recipients. Top of the list, Joe Biden, Democrat, $5,223,000. Rounding down. And like we were saying, Mitch and Chuck are fighting it out, and Chuck finally he succumbed. He hasn't received quite enough money, so he's now saying that Israel's gone too far. But Mitch, he got that extra 200, and he's standing firm. I have no idea what that reference is to. Okay. What is your name? What is your favorite color? What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Yeah, it's a lot of money, and it makes me think things. questions pop up in my head. I'm like, oh, is that a coincidence? Probably not. In most cases, I would say that seems like a serious conflict of interest. So, I feel like I'm going to be persuaded why it isn't rather than why it is. Anyways, back to Sam and Hassan. Sorry to take you away from them for so long. Oh god, why is this stuck on this? Oh, that's annoying to me. That's very annoying to me. Okay, whatever. I'm sorry, chat. You don't get to see the beautiful view behind you because my streaming software is having a fun time glitching on me, so.
But it was when Wobegon has to be the one saying to Joe Biden, like, hey, take it easy. We don't do that. Even though you're saying it's okay for us to kill women and children, we don't do that. When Wobegon has to be, and this is the guy who was participated in the blowing up of the Hotel David.
Yeah.
In 1948. I mean, if that guy has to be the voice of reason, you know that Biden's got some particular, like, I don't know, bloodlust. I don't know what it is, but I think
Ryan's assessment on your show was actually pretty interesting, where Biden is known as a cipher, right? Like, he always finds the middle ground on every issue, and he's just like a perfect political machine in many ways, whether it was busing and segregation, desegregation back in the day, all the way to, you know, super predators, crime bill, noticing that, like, learning a lesson from the opposition that he had to Afghanistan and not repeating it with Iraq. I think all of this stuff played a role in him developing his positions, but Israel was never really an issue that the Democratic Party had even shown a little bit of criticism on, with, I guess, like, ironically, Obama being considered the exception almost, but, like, even then, Barack Obama, obviously on his way out, gave $30 billion in a 10-year aid package to Israel for the Iron Dome and numerous other instances. So, like, I think he never had, like, a reason to develop a middle-of-the-ground approach. So that just kind of stuck with him.
Again, that story about Wobegon.
In response to this comment back here from Styx Dragon, I do not have a dragon name, but I guess we can make it up right now. You can just call me Galactic Stream Dragon.
You get admonished by the leader of the country.
Or Galactic Dragon Lord. Now I have choices. Oh, that causes a problem.
Be like, no, we're not
TBD.
going to be that vicious. We don't want to associate that. There's something else going on there. And I know Peter Beinart came on the program and he had a good explanation. He's like, if you want to know, you want a sense of, like, where people stand on this, the 1619 Project is a good sort of surrogate in which to assess. Like, if somebody fundamentally cannot believe that the United States was founded appreciate the sort of, like, settler colonial origins of the United States, and that it's built on the genocide of the indigenous people here, they will not be able to get it with Israel either. They're just too invested in that sort of, like, that myth. They can't give it up.
They're just riding for all settler colonial genocidal states.
I mean, if you're going to do for one, you might as well do for all.
Yeah, seriously.
He loves Australia. He loves it all. He doesn't care. He's like, it's great.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's the best we could do at the time.
Yep. He needs that Neil Gorsuch approach.
No.
Just like,
no Galactic Edgelord Dragon. No, BCat. Gone too far. You've gone too far. I need you to reel it in. That is out of the question.
This being the one pet issue that he cares about, that is the exact opposite of what you would think from him.
Yeah,
but it is interesting because, like, he claims to be Irish, he claims to be Catholic, and these are, like, currently with the Pope and also with Ireland being historic.
Yeah, both Irish people and most Catholics also think this is a bad plan, especially head Catholic Mr. Popey.
An ally to the Palestinian plight. It is very odd that he would take
AKA
such a staunch, ultra
woke Pope
nationalist approach to the matter.
And the thing is like, it is, I mean, I don't think Donors explains it I mean, I know that he's got some big, Haim Saiben or Saibin or whatever that guy's
But that's
name is.
consistent.
But I think it's very hard to understand because from a U.S. national security standpoint, there really is not a sense that this is in any way helpful whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
Ilan Pappy we had on the show, he's like, when has Israel ever been helpful from a U.S. national security standpoint in terms of in practice, right? Its existence, there's an argument, maybe there's a beachhead there within, and one more opportunity to control, the oil of the neighboring countries. But I don't think he would have paid any type of political price if in November 15th, he had said, we're calling for a ceasefire. I don't think he would have paid a political price. We're going to start to pull back on aid.
Public utility. Have you been watching the whole stream on 2X from the beginning? Good God. Why are you people always doing this?
We're not even going to put an aid package on the table. I mean, it really is hard to understand. And it is just from a political standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Lloyd Austins in his corner, I think are genuinely warning him of the backlash and the destabilization that Israel's actions are causing, because it is Israel's aggressive ethnic cleansing campaign is now far beyond the point of maintenance and avoidance. We've now gotten to a point where it's it's an issue that you have to tackle head on. But beyond the lack of Israel's position as an apartheid ethno state is actually helping America with a beachhead or a forward operating base with its own espionage tools and whatnot, the destabilization it's causing is obviously far outweighing the benefits that you get from the Pegasus program or whatever, right? But beyond that, and this is something that you and I 100% agree on.
Wait, Morbius, are you saying that I don't meet the qualifications of being a dragon? That's unfortunate. But I think, as I pointed out earlier this year, technically earlier this year, that I am of the year of the dragon. So I don't need to be any squad. I make my own squads, man.
Is horrible domestically. It is playing so poorly because every single instance where Joseph Robinette Brandon goes on stage and says there are red lines, but there are actually no red lines, like he did on this MSNBC interview, the Saturday Show with Jonathan Capehart. When he says that, it shows incompetence. It looks like he's an old man asleep at the wheel, which is why someone like Donald Trump, who also obviously benefits from not being the president while this is going on, still is outperforming Biden by 10 points on the issue of Israel, because at least he has consistency in the eyes of those who are being polled on the matter, where Trump is consistently bad on Israel, but at least he's consistent. He's showing strength and support for Israel. Biden, on the other hand, is losing the demographics that he obviously needs for re-election, whether it be the Arab vote in key states, whether it be the pro-Palestinian vote, as a younger demographic is clearly overwhelmingly in support of Palestinians now. He's losing out on these key demographics in all states, but especially so in places like Michigan, obviously, and even Minnesota. And it is entirely, in my opinion, due to the fact that he looks weak.
I don't endorse this from Soul Life here. We need everybody. We need everybody on board with this, because otherwise we're not going to win this situation. And by win, I mean solve anything. We need to have focus together as a group. Raptors and dragons unite in a beautiful symbiosis. Oh, but we made it halfway through this, so I'm gonna do something before we get all the way through this. Well, it's that momentary, self-promotional, capitalistic part of the stream where I, Streamlord, tell you about your ways to involve yourself in the production of the Galactic News Network stream. You got multiple options, but right now your best choice is to go to patreon.com and become a patron, where all sorts of galactic benefits Oh, wait. Back to the fucking news. Okay.
And he looks like he's asleep at the wheel because what he's saying does not
Why are-
match what
wait, what's
people are
happening?
seeing. Every time he says, "Oh,
Why are you cursing? What's happening here? Soul Life? Space.
Israel, I called him son of a bitch," or whenever you see a leak in the news about how like he's really gonna change pace on Netanyahu's actions in Gaza, and then you see more children being slaughtered, you see more women and children being ruthlessly massacred, you see the flower massacre that occurred at the humanitarian aid convoy. People are like, well, what the fuck is this guy doing? You're losing out on both ends at that point. The other thing I wanted to say, Benjamin Netanyahu's reaction also consistently undermining him makes him look, even as even on the international stage, it makes him look like we can't even control our attack dog at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I've been saying for...
Oh, you know what? I do have to do something. I have to end the stream. Oh, no. So sorry, chat. This is it. Oh, debated. Ha, kidding. We're gonna finish this video. We're gonna finish this together. So silly. You're silly, chat. Why would you think that I would do that to you?
That I think like even the age stuff with Biden is fundamentally the subtext there is leadership, right? Yeah. Like, look, if I think somebody can do the job, I don't care if they're 110. It's a leadership question, and so he botched this in my estimation with the immigration thing too, because he was out there saying like, I wanted them, like I was willing to do what they wanted to do, but I couldn't convince Congress to do it because the guy who's not president is in charge of them. And it's like, well, wait a second, dude. All you're saying is, if we want action on this, hire the leader who has control of Congress.
Yeah.
And this whole thing with Netanyahu, it plays into that same thing where it's like, you say they shouldn't do this, they do it, and you're just like, they shouldn't do it. All you're, putting aside all the sort of like, the
immorality.
And the concrete aspects of this. The subtext is, I have control of this situation, not a leadership position. And I think that's I would say that from the general electorate, even if they don't care about the Palestinians, they're seeing somebody who is somewhat feckless. Or the news media is seeing someone who's feckless. And this basically becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Yeah.
Like, you that narrative gets established and they start to apply it to everything. And then the other thing is, you said like, how it's hurting him electorally. I think it's hurting him electorally in that way, in terms of that sort of subtext narrative. I think it's hurting him. And I think it's, who knows how many actual votes he's losing for this. But I do know that in talking to, sort of like more or less normie to progressive Democrats who are in the sort of like organizing space, it's depressing them. Even if you don't lose all of these votes directly. The second order issue is that the people you need to go out and inspire people to vote for you are just feeling like, my stomach's churning. Because, and these are the people who are paying the most attention to what's going on.
Yeah, that's why the vote
Honestly,
uncommitted
like,
campaign
kind
is so
of people like
significant,
us,
in
if I'm
my
being
opinion,
perfectly
which
honest.
The media is now like no longer covering as much, in my opinion, after Michigan, which I suspect could be deliberate because it is the exact type of drama that they love, that brings in ratings and like shows a little bit of chaos going on. But these are not uncommitted voters, uncommitted to the Democratic Party. I mean, these are voters who are committed to the Democratic Party, because the real uncommitted voters just don't even go out and vote in the primaries, and there are many of them, right? That's the average voter. That's the reason why the primaries are not attended as broadly as the general election. And these are the people who lead the activist base, the progressive base of the Democratic Party, who are likely Democratic Party voters, in my opinion. And regardless of our opinion on this matter, that assessment has also clearly been made by the Biden administration as well. Like I think they are genuinely seeing that, and it is definitely causing a little bit more chaos and a little bit more fear, even though
like me personally, I've only voted Democrat and Green Party candidates, and I've never voted like Green Party candidates for anything serious because I never took it, like, you know what I mean? Because usually, like, in general, like large elections, they don't really tend to have the momentum to make it to the end, if you will.
Seems like Biden personally is like a very vindictive and very stubborn person, if we're going to get into the palace intrigue of it all. And I think that is what's motivating him, given the New Yorker magazine piece that came out like last week, where he openly said, well, I don't care about the polls because guess what? They were wrong in 2022, which they really weren't. And that they and they were wrong in 2020.
You asking if I voted for Nader? No, definitely not like that. Like a local Green Party candidate, not a like a national election. You know what I mean?
Should I listen to them now? I don't know. It's just, it is very terrifying that they're banking on people just.
I'm trying to think. When's the last time Nader even ran? I don't know if I've ever even had a real. Wait a second. When? Now am I being stupid? I think I am. Hold on. Yeah. The only time I would have had an opportunity to vote for Nader would have been in like 2008 when he ran as an independent.
Forgetting what is going on in Gaza by the time November comes around.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. I know guys like Biden, you know, in that age bracket, maybe related to some, and there is a quality of like, hey, maybe you don't need to drive at night as far as you're driving or attempting to drive. It's not a problem for me. Look, the problem, you know, the dent on that car is because they're making parking.
Maybe you shouldn't be driving as much as you're driving right now. Sounds like he's talking to like his like elderly parent.
Spots, you know, smaller. They're making them narrower. That's the problem. Not my driving. And there's a real quality to Biden about that. Like, the guy is, I don't know if he's ever been particularly flexible, but in this instance, there is a certain, I don't know. I mean, there's a certain, I think, delusion. Maybe you see a little bit of like, they feel like they need to pay a little lip service. But the amazing thing is too, is that like, what makes them think this is going to end? They can't have thought in November that, okay, this is going to go until next November and we'll just deal with it. They had to have thought, like, at one point they were like, this is going to wrap up by January. This is going to wrap up by March. I mean, I think there's reporting that said that was their belief. And it's quite clear that Netanyahu has absolutely zero incentive to do anything of the sort. And here's the thing that really scares me too.
Netanyahu also likes Trump. Netanyahu would benefit from a Trump re-election.
100%.
100%. I think he's open about that too. Like, I think the reason why he keeps saying no two states immediately after Biden says there will be a two-state solution, which in and of itself is already like a contested concept at this point because of, you know, what the two-state solution in theory versus what it looks like in practice is very different. It's just been a continuation of settlement expansion under the guise of like a potential two-state. But beyond that, it's just very obvious that I think Benjamin Netanyahu comes out and says the things that he said yesterday, specifically because he wants to undermine Biden.
Oh, I mean, look, I think it's a huge twofer for him to embarrass Biden in this way. Huge twofer. And I think he probably calculates the longer I hang in here, the better. The better for Trump, and then ultimately the better for me.
Bad lefty.
I'm not convinced that
I think
whatever
Bad lefty is trying to say with limited characters is that I was too young to vote for Nader until, like I was saying, in 2008 when I would have been old enough.
forced Hamas to make this attack and this timing, knew that this was also going to put the United States in a difficult position and put Biden in a tough position. I can't imagine they ever thought that he would be this sort of like all in. But it seems like the Biden administration just had they did not calculate this, and they didn't even appreciate the situation. I think Biden walked back from this red line thing, my understanding, a little bit later today, or at least the administration did. But
I mean, he walked back on it in the interview where he says there are red lines, and then he goes, but there are no red lines for weapons delivery. So there are no red lines.
Well, technically he said no red lines for defensive weapons. He said like the Iron Dome. And so I don't know. Maybe I was parsing that too.
I think that is that is the legalese. That is the legalese that they engage in an effort to say, oh, we're sending Israel, and you've talked about this before, we're sending Israel defensive weapons, actually only defensive weapons and not offensive weapons. We're just like replenishing their munitions that are depleted in defense of Israel. Why are those munitions being depleted? Well,
I mean, the thing is, we know for a fact that because we looked at it recently by a Democracy Now! Report relating to this very topic, where the Biden administration and the DoD have given over 100 different shipments of military equipment, and it wasn't even made public, I guess. It was not that exactly, but it didn't meet the certain requirements, like the level of spending for it to require Congress. That's what it was. And so they just basically did it without telling anybody. 100 times. Well, if you didn't hear me, 100 shipments, not including the 2 or 3 now that we've done since the beginning of October 7th, like publicly, because they were so big. But real quick, before I finish this, or before we try and finish this, is it true that Morbius had no idea who Hassan is up until this point? Like just now? Or are we talking about David Feldman? Who are we talking about?
They're using those weapons in a forward posture in their illegal occupation and further ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I think that's like a way to get around.
There are specific armaments for Iron Dome, right? Because I'm looking down the line when somebody in the Senate is going to raise this bill. I don't know when it's going to be, but they're going to say, we're cutting off all weapon sales except for these specific armaments.
The Tamir interceptors, I think they are specifically.
Yeah. And so, something to that effect. Now, do I think that Biden is sincere with this? I doubt it.
Okay.
But the fact that he's having to articulate this stuff and try and put himself in a position where, because they must be looking at this going like, we've underestimated this on some level. And
wow, that joke was a deep take just now, Slow Life. That's wow.
And what are we going to do if this is happening in June? What are we going to do if this is happening in September? Where do we go? What is our fallback? But here's my big fear too: is within a month or two, we're going to have this, temporary pier built so that U.S. ships can come and offload aid. It's unclear to me how that aid's going to get off that temporary pier and get distributed. But it seems to me that both Israel and Hamas have great incentive to mess with that, to involve U.S. Military personnel, to blame the other side. I remember when Reagan sent peacekeepers into Lebanon and 250, I think it was, Marines got blown up. Reagan could get away with something like that and leave. But Biden, he may have to go the other direction. Like, the idea that we're even coming even remotely close, never mind what we're doing with the Houthis, but the idea that we come even remotely close to getting involved in an armed conflict because of this is just, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing that there would be this level of risk taken on by the United States when the alternate is, we cut your weapons, send the trucks.
Exactly. It's just like it's taken a long way to grab your left ear with your right hand. It's just like there is no reason to get into all of this and basically make this process infinitely harder for yourself and convoluted and potentially really devastating. And this is the fundamental question that really frustrates me when no one asks this question to Biden directly in media, which is, why is there need for a peer to begin with? Are there no humanitarian aid convoys that are waiting? Why is there even a need for aid in Palestine? Let's ask that question. Is this a natural disaster? Is this, is this a byproduct of a typhoon? Did an earthquake happen there? Or is it actually our ally engaging in a deliberate, calculated ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign? Oh, I think my dog groomer is here. 1 second.
Good. I mean, dog groomer aside.
He just knocked like the cops for a second. Hold on. I'm going to run this video
Jesus
and
Christ,
hear Biden's
Hassan.
thoughts real quick. You can see it as well. And
How could he do
Minister Netanyahu as Israel?
How could he do this to Uncle Sam right now? He's big timing Uncle Sam. This is unacceptable. Cancel Hassan. I'm just kidding.
Defends itself from Hamas terrorists who murdered more than 1,200 Israelis and still hold more than 100 hostages.
What is your red line with Prime Minister Netanyahu? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do?
It is a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical, so there's no red line. I'm going to cut off all weapons so they don't have the Iron Dome to protect them. There's other ways to deal with the trauma caused by Hamas.
But the red line is Rafah. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joins us live from Jerusalem. We don't have to give you the news. You follow American news as if you're still here, Prime Minister. His red line is Rafah. Don't go into Rafah. What's your response?
I can't believe you left here with Sam with chat and a video. How long does he do this for? What, 3 minutes? Oh my god. Oh my god. If I was Sam, I would go all the way to California and spank Hassan. The pier undercuts UNRWA and lays infrastructure for natural gas extraction? I hadn't even considered that second half of it.
It's crazy that they just have direct line to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually just in an office at Fox. But what's also really telling about this is,
oh, Sam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was just in an office at Fox. Like he just lives in there. Like he's got a cot. He just comes out to tell everybody.
his analogy as to why they have to keep going into Rafah, as if the United States, left 1/4 of the German army, operating, or wouldn't go into Berlin. And I hear this quite a bit when people justify like how much destruction Israel has wrought in Gaza. They'll cite Dresden, or they'll cite Nagasaki, Hiroshima, and the idea that you can justify this carnage by comparing the threat between Hamas and Germany and the Imperial Japan is just absurd. It's just absurd. And they've got to make that leap to justify it, but it doesn't work. I'm sorry. It just doesn't work. It's not the same.
It's wild for a couple different reasons, including something that Biden himself mentioned, which is that we wrote rules after, like he literally said that in an interview, if I recall, where he was talking about the Dresden comparisons ahead of time. Like he was getting ahead of that narrative because he's heard it so many times probably that, like, one, we did write rules, new rules of engagement after that. And two, this is one thing that always frustrates me about the comparisons to the Holocaust, which Benjamin Netanyahu, as I'm sure you know, is a Holocaust revisionist himself, so this is something that he likes doing regardless, is that if there is a group, if there is a militarized state that is like engaging in ethnic cleansing and ethnic slaughter, the comparison falls not on the hands of a resistance group that will take it to violent means, built originally by like fundamentalist guys as well, for sure. It's the other side. It's Israel. Like Israel is infinitely closer to the mechanized slaughter than Hamas is. Neither of which is I'm saying identical, obviously, to the atrocities of the Holocaust. But like one side is clearly closer to the Nazi regime than the other side.
Power differential. You look at the power differential.
Yeah.
I mean that's just what it comes down to. I mean, you just look at the power differential and who has control of their territory and who does not, and who where the mass starvation is happening and where it's not. I mean,
who's
the power
patrolling the
differential is quite
streets?
obvious.
You know, who has control of movement in the territory?
This is not a world war. This is a highly sophisticated country with far more advanced weaponry than maybe anyone else around, frankly, in that neighborhood. And certainly, you know, more so than Hamas. And again,
I'm pretty sure this is accurate, but if I'm not mistaken, Israel has nuclear weapons. I'm just going to double check so I don't say something that's inaccurate. $80 to 400 nuclear warheads.
you're not going to completely eradicate them. And the idea that like that Hamas is some type of sort of like alien force that can be Israel, it is almost impossible to imagine that Israel hasn't created 5 different variants of Hamas in they have done to population. It would be astonishing.
Yeah,
Israel
Hamas
continues
itself.
to think.
Hamas itself
Israel-
is an evolution. Hamas's tactics itself has become an evolution due to Israel's increased violent actions. Like, I think Zach Foster, I don't know if you've ever had him on your stream or not, but Zachary Foster is a professor. He's a PhD at Princeton, a historian of Palestine, and he has like documented each step and the evolution of Hamas all the way from the Islamic Charity, which it began as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout.
You know what, Soul Life? I hadn't even considered whether or not everybody was unbanned here. And you bringing it up makes me realize I only know how to do that on Twitch. I have no clue how to check that on YouTube. So if you do, seeing as you're a mod, maybe you could check into that. Because, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's people who I don't feel like I've seen since yesterday, but that doesn't mean they haven't come here. It just means they may have other things going on.
Into like
yeah, Soul Life closed his phone during a stream yesterday and insta-banned, or like at least muted. I'm not sure if it was a ban or a mute because the mods dealt with it, not me, but multiple people got banned.
Old charter, new charter, and how Hamas changed its tactics throughout time as a consequence, as a reaction to the Israeli negotiations peace process and the obvious continuation and the rapid expansion of the settlements, and also Israel's suppression of like religious freedom and whatnot in the West Bank, and how it became what it is. Everybody understands this. Like everyone at Israel understands this. Former Shin Bet officials understand this reality, and Israel itself understood this reality in its outward communication to the Trump administration. One key detail I bring up from time to time is that I believe in 2017, Donald Trump no longer was giving any aid. I think due to one of his campaign promises, they were going to completely shut off aid to Palestinians. Do you
I
remember?
just realized that Hassan has a TikTok too. Damn. Hassan has all the fucking social media.
They stopped funding UNRWA.
Yeah,
They cut off funding to UNRWA.
Yeah, and you know who was actually against that at the time? The Israeli government. The Israeli government itself had petitioned the Trump administration to not cut funding because they recognized that this would be a national security issue for Israel if the Palestinians were completely starved out, that it would become, the situation on the ground would get worse. So the fact that Israel in 2017 recognized this reality, and yet the outward communication coming from Benjamin Netanyahu and others within it.
I don't mean to interrupt this so much because I do love both of these people to some degree. But Soul Life, I would go so far as to say what you did was chat terrorism. Okay. You committed a slaughter on chat on the what was it? What was the date? On the 13th of March, 2024. Okay? And you know, I would be within my rights to defensively, you know, ban you, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I have more restraint than the IDF.
The Israeli government, including the defense minister, is the exact opposite now. It genuinely, I think, shows that the situation has gotten worse and the fascism has completely taken hold.
I think if people can understand the concept of Donald Trump doing whatever he can to get elected president so that he can stay out of jail, which I think a lot of people can, then I think you can start to understand and doing whatever he can despite what it means for the country, the future of the country. Then I think you can begin to understand Bibi Netanyahu, because I think for him, the more turmoil, the better for his personal lifelong trajectory. I think he knows that the moment there is any type of calm, any type of peace, any type of argument that there is,
absolutely.
No immediate threat, I think he knows that his chances of going to jail are, through the roof at that
really
moment.
high.
And so
Yes.
I think he's going to maintain as much belligerence as possible. I don't know if Joe Biden can't see what just about every observer of. I mean, I'm talking Israeli.
Yeah.
The Israeli.
Like before this moment, I've imagined it, and I'm imagining it again now. But at multiple times during this whole situation, especially around the ICJ hearings when we were watching them every single day. And all the countries were coming out and telling us that Israel was committing a genocide, probably. I kept having these weird sort of daydreams where I'd think about Benjamin Netanyahu, like in a bunker, probably at Fox News. Now, before it wasn't, but essentially in a bunker with like a TV, and he's just watching, like while sweating, like profusely, just like watching the Nuremberg trials, and just you know what I mean? Sorry, I'm gonna keep getting through this. What's happening? Terrorism. Oh wow, that is a great term for what happened. Never forget March 13th.
Press knows this. Netanyahu is hated, but they're not going to get rid of him until this, war is over.
Yeah.
And so he is completely incentivized to make sure that never happens, regardless of whether it's in, whose best interest it's in. I mean, it's a disaster obviously for the Palestinian people, but it's gonna. I think it's a disaster for Israel, and it's a disaster for the U.S.
No, absolutely.
At the same level. But
I think here, one last thing before I let you go. Thank you so much for coming on for as long as you have. One last thing I wanted to talk about is, I guess, like liberal Zionism used to be the primary communication to the Western world. And I feel like post October 7, but even before October 7, like in the last couple of administrations, liberal Zionism kind of like went away as far as like a Hasbara mechanism. And I think it is that arrogance that was born out of the unconditional support that the Western world had shown Israel, and the nature of like reactionary fascist ideology constantly increasing the pressure points and squeezing as much as squeezing the Palestinian population as much as it can and also endlessly propagandizing that in a self-reinforcing mode of propaganda. I feel like this created an attitude that is also playing into Israel's demise, because like without Western support, obviously key Israeli officials understand without Western support, Israel does not exist in the way that it does. No way, no how. Whether it be political cover that America offers, more importantly than anything else, or whether it be the direct weapons shipments. People will say it's only 5% of the Israeli defense budget. Doesn't matter. It is far more important that America is always providing political cover for Israel and also offering weapons. And I think that the liberal Zionist exit ramp here is so clear to me. Lay the blame almost entirely on Benjamin Netanyahu and bring in Benny Gantz, which they're kind of doing now. I think they're positioning Benny Gantz as like the new leader, because
which would
they
not
had
be
Benny,
any better.
here.
It would just be a shift in face, a different person. They have very similar terrible
and talk
policies.
to him directly, right? Kamala Harris met with him, and yet it's wild to me that Biden has not been pushing that exit ramp that has been given to him, that allows Israel to continue being an apartheid state, that allows Israel to continue doing what it's been doing to the West Bank, which then of course invokes reaction, understandably, from the Palestinian resistance groups, both in the West Bank, but more importantly in Gaza. And then, you can go back to business as usual, but the bloodlust that you're seeing from Benjamin Netanyahu, and there is one part that he is right on. He might not be a popular figure, but his actions are popular, especially amongst the Israeli Jewish demographic polled consistently on the matter. They want him to be doing ethnic cleansing. They think it's not hard enough. They think he should go even harder.
Yeah,
so
80% of the Israeli population. I mean, that's the other thing, is that like Gantz is there, but like what's the coalition they can put together? I mean, increasingly Israel's Jewish population, it's
demographic terms, not ours, obviously. It is an ethno-state, so
right, more and more conservative, fasci, authoritarian. I think you had a huge influx of people who lived under the Soviet Union and were raised in that system, which is basically a crash course in being authoritarian. And they're brought over into Israel. And I think that like having a massive influx of folks like that into your body politic will have an impact. I think there was, tendencies amongst the Israeli population, as it were. Also, fundamentalists who've come, 15% maybe only from America, but a very loud and vocal and intense dynamic. Religious fanaticism breeds fanatics. And so all of these factors are working there. I'm not sure that you would see any change of policy whatsoever with Benny Gantz. I don't know if that's even an option that exists anymore, but it seems to me you could have the Biden administration could have definitely been more aggressive with Israel up to this point and not paid a political price. I don't know what they think they're doing from here on in. It's a show, and I can't see how it gets better.
I don't know if I agree with you on the USSR take. I don't know if it was the Soviet migrants that came in, considering that there is a massive population of Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews in Israel that came from, like, Arab Jews specifically.
They came years and years ago.
No, I know, but I feel like in the indoctrination, especially as far as I've read into it, and you're very knowledgeable on this matter, maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but as far as I understand, their integration into Israeli society, in order to overcome like being second-class citizens, being regarded as like the same barbaric scourge that the rest of the Arab Muslims and Christians are in the eyes of like the fascist mythology that they were developing in Israel, for it to be an ethno-state. I feel like that integration process caused many, like the Ben-Gvirs of the world, to be infinitely more reactionary than like some.
What is going on in chat right now? Oh, we're discussing a whole lot of stuff about banning. If I'm not mistaken, people who are banned from chat can still see the stream. They just cannot talk. Free Soul Life. Justice for Soul Life.
Older population of like Ashkenazi Jews even.
That may be the case. To some degree. There may be but I think the inclination of new immigrants, Avigdor Lieberman, and you got and that whole influx of settlers, right? I mean, that was part of the project of putting boots on the ground. I would imagine.
Oh yeah.
A significant portion of those settlers.
It still continued to this day. Like the Russian like passport cycle is like still very much in existence. It's like a weird like white supremacist in the way that we understand white supremacy here in the Western world, here in America. Like it's almost a continuation of similar policies to like make Israel more white seemingly. I think that is definitely like a genuine interest by some in the Israeli government, like a deliberate attempt.
Yeah. No, I think so. I would like to see someone do a a deeper dive into that. I've always been looking around for like, how has these shifts in demographics impacted Israeli politics? And maybe someone in Israel has done it, but I haven't come across it in these parts. But dude, before I go, let me plug this GoFundMe, would you? A friend of mine has been helping a family in Gaza, and we're starting to see more of this actually. But they're a family that have a child with Down syndrome, and we helped them raise some money to get them out of the country. I'm sure people know the dynamic that's associated with getting out through the Rafah gate, and we got them. They just like literally just got footage of them at the Rafah gate, and almost the entire family is out. They're going into Egypt they have nothing. There's a video I have of that, like they have 6 bags, and they were in a tent in Rafah. It's a weird dynamic because there's so much pain and suffering there, and to focus attention or help on any individual family, it sort of cuts both ways. But I don't know, it's been at least gratifying to know that like you can directly help some people. If even a couple of bucks, help them get settled, and know that you managed to save some of these people and given them an opportunity to sort of like normalize and deal with the trauma that they've been going through.
Yeah.
I just saw some video of their little girl, and it really is, it's amazing, but it's so horrific. But if folks have the opportunity, please.
Yeah, mods are pumping the link in the chat as well. Well,
Great.
Sam, thank you so much for coming on. Always a
Ron,
pleasure
always
having
a
you
pleasure.
here.
Great to talk to you, and keep up the good work, man. I really appreciate what you've been doing.
All right, thank you.
For years now. So, yeah, hopefully I'll get.
It's interesting to hear Sam's take about Hassan, because you never really you don't hear him talk about Hassan on the Majority Report ever. But it's really it's nice to see their combined forces together.
Out there soon. I want to
hell yeah.
see your
That'd
play.
be great.
All right, man.
All right, have a good one. Bye. That was Sam Cedar, everybody. My real uncle, Sam Cedar, and not my fake imposter uncle, Chunk Weigert. Doing the most. Very reasonable voice. I always appreciate Sam's commentary and takes on the matter because, like, I think he has a way and he has the background of doing this for many, many years. I think that, he has a way.
Okay, cool. Well, that is clearly the end of that video. BCAP pleasantly surprised, indeed. Well, I'm afraid that's gonna be it for me, chat. Good God. Another long day full of doom. No problem, that's my job as the Stream Lord. Here, in this Milky Way galaxy, trying to make sense of the craziness here on Earth. It's a pleasure having all of you folks here once again. I hope to see you soon. That's it for me, Stream Lord. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Now, because something has happened recently, I'm going to be ending my stream slightly different, so check this out. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to prepare this in time the way I'd like to, but I'm going to do it however I best can. So check this out here. So, You see this person right here? They've decided to make the right choice in life and become a producer of the Galactic News Network. Wait, where did I put it? Is it here? Yeah. Applause for Gabby, the new producer of the Galactic News Network. She went on to Patreon, and she became a patron. You can do the same thing by clicking the link right here. Show wouldn't exist without her. So remember that.
The bus is full of Pepe!